और लोगों को एडमिट कर लो। Good morning, all. Welcome, Kirill. Welcome, Raisa. Welcome, Salsabila. Welcome, Stacy. Welcome, Jingyuan. Welcome, Aurel. Welcome, Cecilia. Welcome, Frederick. Welcome, Bunyapon. Welcome, Adelim. Welcome, Michelle. Welcome, Wenli.
Good morning.
Good morning, Cecilia. How are you doing today?
I'm okay, thank you.
Welcome to the conference.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
It's our pleasure to host you always. Welcome, Thanasin.
Hi, good afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
Good.
This is your first conference with us, right?
No, this is the third time.
This is third. Okay. Welcome again. Thank you for joining. Welcome, Patama. Welcome, Professor Patama Sataveden. Dr. Cecilia, I would request you to introduce yourself to the fellow participants.
Okay. Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. I'll start to thank the organizing commission for the nice invitation. So I'm professor at Lisbon, Portugal. I'm teaching in courses like biomedical engineering. And it's always a pleasure to promote science and we have an Erasmus agreement, so you are welcome if you want to visit us in Lisbon. And it's a pleasure if you want to collaborate in research and so on. Please contact me after the talk. It will be a pleasure to share information with you, experience and so on.
Thank you for the introduction, Dr. Cecilia. Welcome. Professor Thanasin, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Thanasin Chutin Chalanon from Thailand, from Chulalongkorn University. I teach in Faculty of Communication Arts, and my interest is about the educational communication and speech communication. And it is such a pleasure to join your conference again after many years. And please feel free to contact me anytime after this conference.
Thank you so much for the offer and thank you for joining. Okay. Welcome all. We'll start with the official conference now. Today we have various participants from various countries, from 17 countries around the world. These countries are Spain, Thailand, Sweden, Portugal, South Korea, Lithuania, India, Japan, Kazakhstan, China, Taiwan, USA, Australia, Indonesia, Latvia, Canada, and Romania. We are broadcasting this conference on Facebook Live on multiple pages of Eurasia Research. The links for the live sessions are shared in the chat box. Before we move ahead, I would like to introduce Eurasia Research to you in a nutshell. Please allow me a few moments. With over more than 1 million satisfied members and associates spread across the globe, Eurasia Research is a scholarly association who have been working for nearly a decade. Eurasia Research has organized several successful international conferences, workshops, and training programs at various reputed institutions and grand venues. Eurasia has been tirelessly working for research world and have not stopped their endeavors even during COVID era and have presented research community with online platform which was safe and convenient method to continue their passion. We are an international community of researchers, practitioners, students, and educationists who aim to bring together worldwide researchers and professionals, encourage intellectual development, and to create opportunities for networking and collaboration. These objectives are achieved through academic networking, meetings, conferences, workshops, projects, research publications, academic awards, and scholarships. We provide scholarship to deserving candidates to promote students and research scholars to participate in the international conference. Young researcher scholarship is provided in the form of full registration fee waiver. We have vast experience of publishing papers for more than 7 years. Our associated journals publish original papers, review papers, conceptual framework, analytical and simulation models, case studies, empirical research, technical notes, and book reviews. We cater to more than 30 plus themes in the area of teaching and education and have registered ISSN and have following renowned indexing. Google Scholar, Crosscheck, Authenticate, Crossref, the Keeper's Registry, Crib, Portico, Road, OAI PMH registered data provider, PKP Index. We will soon be applying for Scopus 2. We have a wide network of 100 plus internationally acclaimed keynotes across the globe who share their knowledge and guidance with our participants with open hands. We have a large number of committee members and advisors who support us and guide us through their expert opinions and decision-making capabilities. We couldn't have thought of reaching here without them. We also encourage our participants to connect with more than 15K plus followers on our social media platform where they can share their research and interests. Join our Facebook group and be a part of discussions by researchers and academicians. You can find the link for our Facebook group in the chat section. We also have several collaborations with universities, colleges, and institutes to better serve all interested and like-minded intellectuals. With great enthusiasm and pride, we would like to announce our latest project, which is the Terra Fellow Program in Education. The program offers an opportunity to learn the key concepts and latest trends in the teaching industry from the academic stalwarts. Thank you for your time. Moving ahead with the conference. Today's host would be me. My name is Neha Negi, Eurasia Research. Before we move ahead, we have a small video from our Terra President, Dr. Lion Amseli, PhD, Dean of Graduate and Professional Studies, LaSalle University, Newton, Massachusetts, United States. Let's see what she has to share with us.
I am Dr. Lynn Shelley, and I'm currently the Dean of Graduate and Professional Studies at LaSalle University, as you can see in my background. And I'm currently the president of Terra Eurasia, and I've been involved for multiple years with the organization as a participant, as a speaker, as a keynote speaker, and as the president. And I'm very proud of the organization because it brings people from all over the world globally together to talk about issues that affect higher education and other areas in education and other areas, nonprofits, etc. And we talk about issues and successes, and together we can make it better and make it always be improving. And I always say ever evolving. COVID was very difficult for all of us. And being in administration, I had to assist faculty in an immediate way to pivot from a face-to-face delivery of classroom time to electronic and Zoom and so forth. Many of these faculty members had no idea about the Zoom platform or any other learning delivery modules, the way that they could be delivered. So the administration really had to step in and pivot quickly. And I think overall, and talking to my colleagues across the globe, I feel like they did a wonderful job doing that. I have to say, I don't think it was the same for the students, which is sad. Preschool all the way up through PhD, I think it was difficult. I think it was less difficult for graduate students in master's and doctoral programs because many of those were already online. So there wasn't much of a pivot, but I'm going to say pre-K through the baccalaureate was very difficult, and teachers and administrators were amazing. And I do think our students that lived through that need extra attention, and the research is bearing that out right now. And that's our jobs to try to find ways to make sure that we fill those gaps. I'm going to be very honest. I'm a people person. I'm a relationship person. I thrive on making real eye contact and making real connections with people. I much prefer an on-the-ground conference, a face-to-face conference. I did the keynote for this organization in London last April. I'm doing it again in London. I'm making that commitment to make that trip because I so deeply believe in the relationships and the bonds that have formed, as well as just during the conference, getting to know people and seeing different perspectives rather than just seeing it on a screen. Encourage them to attend a Eurasia conference in general, because I believe in the organization. I'm president of the organization right now. I would encourage them to attend. If they couldn't attend in person for financial or schedule or whatever reason, I would encourage them to attend, but I would encourage them to attend in person first, but always, and I continue to do that, encourage them to attend. Nothing but good things to say about the conference pre-COVID, and last year I did not attend an online conference, so I can't comment on that during COVID, but I can comment on pre-COVID and my experience last year in London. I truly find that the way it's organized in groups and the group work that goes on is different than just to sit and listen, which is what attracted me and why I said yes to becoming president. It's organized in a way where it encourages that collegiality and that sharing of ideas and that sharing not only of the research that you present, but in small groups to broaden that discussion. So the way the conference is organized is well done. Often I can't stay for the whole time because of my busy schedule, but I do stay for the one day that I keynote, and the participation is phenomenal. And other conferences that I've attended, as well as done keynotes, as well as done breakout sessions, they don't organize them that way. Yeah. I organize my breakout sessions and keynotes in other organizations that way, because I feel from my learning styles research that I've done and published on, it's the best way people learn.
My name is Ainur Razak Pak.
Thank you for your time. Moving ahead. Thank you, Dr. Lansali, for your kind words. We have a small video from our past participants, Ainur Azad Bakir, Higher School of Humanities, Sarsen, Aman Zoklov, East Kazakhstan University, Uzkaminigurs from Kazakhstan. Let's see what she has to share.
Okay, I'm from Kazakhstan. I'm a Master of Pedagogical Sciences. Currently, I'm studying philology, Kazakh philology at Department Kazakh Russian and the Journalism at in Sarsen Amanjov, East Kazakhstan University. So from my point of view, I prefer online conferences rather than physical because, first of all, it's very convenient and you can arrange the time when you are busy. For example, when especially for women who have a family, it's very convenient and useful. And that time you couldn't go travel overseas, and that's why you can just arrange your time and keep in touch in by online conferences, and wherever you are in your time, you can keep in touch and meet with your, for example, professors in online conferences. Of course, I encourage and recommend my colleagues and friends to online international conferences because it's very useful and convenient when they do research works. It develops their research skills, and when they are busy, they can choose such kind of research, international research conferences. I think if they have time, they can join. They can join anytime. Oh, I liked your conference. Everything, all the procedures is organized very well. Also, it was very great chance for me to exchange with experiences with other researchers all over the world. And also I can enjoy their presentations also, and we share with our opinions, and it was very a great experience for me. And in future, I think I will definitely will join you, and also I will participate.
So since 2009.
Thank you so much, Anur. Thank you for sharing your views with us. Next, we have a small video from Laura Cami, Department of Civil Law, Faculty of Law, University of Tirana, Tirana from Albania. Let's see what she has to share with us.
19, when I finished the studies at the law faculty of Tirana, I started working as an internal teacher there. And it's been now 13 years that I'm teaching in international private law as though intellectual property. I gained my master degree after 4 years of finishing the faculty. And on 2015, I got the PhD. So I got the doctorate in juris in the field law. So in the field of international private law, actually, more specifically. So I've been teaching at the faculty, and I also work as a freelance lawyer, giving consulting and everything that might be needed. Going into a conference, like physically, it takes not only time, but also the effort to arrange all other things in which you cannot join. Which means if you do because it's gonna take the same time to prepare yourself for a conference, the research, the editing, the presentation, it will take the same time. But the day of the conference, it is very important, or let's say useful, to have it online. It is shorter in time. It is more productive because everybody talks in line. There is a plan. But usually in the physical conferences, you need a full day. Let's say you can start on 8 and you will maybe the ending ceremony will be at 6 p.m., which means it will take all of your day, and not of all the time it is as productive as it is on the online conferences, because you will chit chat here, you will give another opinion there, so you talk like 15-20 minutes, and then all the other part is just a leisure, let's say it some words, when you drink something, when you enjoy your lunch. While in the online conference it's more useful, it's more productive. You do it, you interchange ideas, then there is an ending, and that's it. Then you can continue your work, your job, your agendas, with whatever it is. So in my opinion, actually, since I'm doing not only the lecturer job, but I'm working as a freelancer for counseling, law counseling and everything, let's say a lawyer, and I have also a family to run. For me, and I think for other moms, but not only moms, people who are busy with work, online conferences are a blessing. Since I have a very vast, let's say, colleagues number, because as I told you, I work in the faculty and we are like almost 100 colleagues there. I work with many clients and with many other colleagues outside of the office. I am aware that they are all following online conferences mostly, because it's time consuming if you want to go in a physical one, because sometimes they are not in the same country. We have to travel abroad. We have to arrange many things. The conference might be in one day, but you need 3 days for that. 1 day to go, 1 day the conference, 1 day to come back. So I will definitely propose not only the online conferences, but actually even the Eurasia ones, because I felt very comfortable with this conference. I'm glad, and I will always be a member, so I can join even more conferences. And I'm very pleased that I was chosen to be the eminent speaker.
Yeah.
And I was also chosen to have the best paper presentation. So it was a pleasure for me, all of this experience with you. And I will definitely propose it to my friends and my colleagues. What can I say more? It is the best positive thing I could say, because as I already mentioned it a little bit before, I felt at home. I didn't expect it at first, but then we had that conference and it was so joyous. We gave those comments, we gave our research, we had questions and answering, and that was perfect for research to be presented in such a welcoming place, and in such a, because everybody regarding the conference part was very involved into that. I remember I exchanged like 100 emails with Dr. Flora Charles. She was like running everything. I felt comfortable, I felt welcome, and I'm sincerely giving 0 to 10. I'm gonna give 12.
Hi everyone, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Laura, for your kind words. I would please be informed, all of you, that we are running both conferences, face to face and online conferences. You are welcome to join any of them as per your choice. Also, you can become our members if you want so. Moving ahead, the conference schedule today would be like session 1, keynote talk, session 2, team activity and photo session, session 3 would be technical talk. I would like to request all of you to please rename your Zoom account with your full name in English. This will help us to record your presence. You may ask your questions related to the presentation in the chat section while the presentations are going on. All the certificates, receipts, and proceedings will be sent to the participants within a week on their registered mail ID. The proceedings will include all the full papers and abstracts accepted for the conference. Moving ahead with the publication process, the publication process starts once the registration process is complete. The author needs to send their papers, consent forms, and reviewer details on the given mail ID. The review reports will be sent to the author once the review process is over. The final stage of publication starts after receiving the revised papers from the authors. Please note that the publication process takes around 50 days after the conference dates. if all the editorial guidelines are followed within the given deadlines. Starting with the official conference, our first keynote speaker is Dr. Anna Verde Trabada, King Juan Carlos University, Faculty of Legal and Social Sciences, Doctor of Education from Spain. Her topic is Teaching Skills and Entrepreneurship, Analysis and Contributions. Ana Verde is a professor and researcher at the International University of La Rioja and King Juan Carlos University, International PhD in Education, degree in Humanities, degree in Pedagogy, and degree in Music, specializing in guitar from the Royal Conservatory of Music of Madrid. Master in Cultural Communication. She collaborates with several national and international universities. Her research interests are focused on active pedagogies, educational robotics, technology and resources in education, teaching innovation, and methodological basis in training. Moving ahead with her presentation.
Much for watching this speech, and thanks also to the organizer of the International Conference on Education and Learning Technology 2023 ECTEC. My name is Professor Ana Verde. I'm speaking from Spain, and this presentation is Teaching Skills and Entrepreneurship, Analysis and Contributions.
The content of the presentation are as follows. First, entrepreneurship, the origin of the conceptualization. 2, entrepreneurial in education. 3, entrepreneurial teaching competencies. And finally, conclusions. Entrepreneurship, the origin of the conceptualization. Nowadays, the teaching of entrepreneurship has become a priority in some countries. It requires people with a change of mentality, with the ability to form companies and generate jobs that contribute to the dynamization of the economy, the connections with domestic and foreign markets, and also to support the development of the regions. Entrepreneurship is a process of realizing opportunities with a creative approach. It's also important a factor for economic development and as a generator of change and also a change in innovation. An entrepreneur is someone who identifies a need in the market, makes decisions about the human, financial, and material resources, and also takes risks, material resources, and also which are rewarded with an economic benefits. Cantillon in 1732 was the first person that used the term entrepreneur in the economic field to refer to the person capable of taking risk under condition of uncertainty. Years later, Drucker complemented this term by considering entrepreneurship as a more psychological and behavioral characteristic of the individual. The characteristic would include the ability to seek change, the ability to respond to such changes, and the ability to exploit their response as an opportunity. Although in the recent years, entrepreneurship as a concept has been gaining special attention. But the majority of definitions include as key element of an entrepreneur the ability to transform ideas into action. This is very important, to transform ideas into action through, first, creativity, 2, innovation, and 3, taking a risk and search for the opportunities, initiative, commitment. All of these take control, ability to work in team, strategic thinking, negotiation skill, as well as the ability to plan and manage the projects. Entrepreneurial in education. In the educational field, in recent years, coined as teacherpreneur, this is the
Apologies for the delay. There were some technical issues. We'll be starting soon.
Presentation is teaching skills and entrepreneurship, analysis and contributions.
The content of the presentation are as follows. First, entrepreneurship, the origin of the conceptualization. 2, entrepreneurial in education. 3, entrepreneurial teaching competencies. And finally, conclusions. Entrepreneurship, the origin of the conceptualization. Nowadays, the teaching of entrepreneurship has become a priority in some countries. It requires people with a change of mentality, with the ability to form companies and generate jobs that contribute to the dynamization of the economy, the connections with domestic and foreign markets, and also to support the development of the regions. Entrepreneurship is a process of realizing opportunities with a creative approach. It's also important a factor for economic development and as a generator of change and also a change in innovation. An entrepreneur is someone who identifies a need in the market, make decisions about the human, financial, and material resources, and also takes risks, material resources, and also which are rewarded with an economic benefits. Cantillon in 1732 was the first person that used the term entrepreneur in the economic field to refer to the person capable of taking risk under condition of uncertainty. Years later, Drucker complemented this term by considering entrepreneurship as a more psychological and behavioral characteristic of the individual. The characteristic would include the ability to seek change, the ability to respond to such changes, and the ability to exploit their response as an opportunity. Although in the recent years, entrepreneurship as a concept has been gaining special attention. Vast of the majority of definitions include as key element of an entrepreneur the ability to transform ideas into action. This is very important, to transform ideas into action through first, creativity, 2, innovation, and 3, taking a risk and search for the opportunities, initiative, commitment. All of these take control, ability to work in team, strategic thinking, negotiation skill, as well as the ability to plan and manage the projects. Entrepreneurial in education. In the educational field, in recent years, coined as teacherpreneur, this is the word teacherpreneur, it has been understood as the teacher who is committed to educational change, is passionate about his work. This person is charismatic, confident, flexible, responsible, capable of daring to break the pre-established rules and taking risks also, as well as orient their work to the student and the actions. For example, Very and other colleagues in 2013 describing entrepreneurial teacher, those teachers capable of developing and selling their teaching talent where they find innovative alternative and solution to the changes and the different challenges that this classroom demand. At this point, a new question that might be resolved arise. Entrepreneurial and teaching competence. And the question is the next. Can entrepreneurship be taught? And although the debate is still active, no? So can entrepreneurship be taught? Is necessary to teach or to understand, or is indigenous? This is a debate, no? And it still is active. Some of the most representative figures in the field, such as Druckers, point out that entrepreneurship is not magic, it's not mysterious, and it has nothing to do with the genius. Entrepreneurship is a discipline, and like any discipline, it can be learned. This idea becomes much more important when we expose the impact that globalization is having on education. This situation necessarily forces that teachers to prepare students to meet the challenges of changing an unpredictable environment. In this sense, the key is the implementation of solid training programs that allow teachers to develop the entrepreneurial skills necessary to respond to the challenges of the 21st century. In recent years, public institutions have taken a step in the creation of important national and international laws to support entrepreneurial initiatives in the education, social, and the economic fields. In Spain, for example, we have different laws in 2013 and 2015 about this. And for example, in Europe, the European Commission in 2016 also has implemented different laws to support the entrepreneurial initiatives. So, at this point, one question more. How should entrepreneurship training be? Entrepreneurship training should be built on a combination of two things. First, theoretical knowledge, but more important, or in the same important, also practical skills and experience. The second point is too important, skills and experience. So, training in teaching entrepreneurship must be especially designed to develop creativity and innovation and to improve the motivation towards teaching work, to improve the awareness of one's own ability and have confidence in oneself, to improve the willingness to accept challenges and recognize opportunities, and also to improve communication skills and teamwork skills. So, being in possession of a good training in teaching entrepreneurship has a significant impact on entrepreneurial education practices, and also help teachers to use a greater number of active methodologies in teaching, for example, like problem-based learning or project-based learning or cooperative learning. So, in conclusion, for a correct entrepreneurial training program designed, it is essential that different types of practice must be carried out with the teacher, mainly practice of play, practice of creations, and practice of experimentation in order to develop teacherpreneurs, self-efficacy, proactivity, and facing risk, and also difficulties dimension, and practice empathy in order to develop teacherpreneur assertiveness and emotion and control dimension. Different methodologies allow the development of entrepreneurial competencies as collaborative learning, project-based learning, problem-based learning, case of studies, experimentation, simulation, debate, and dialogue. So for final, this part is necessary to use all this methodology and should lead also a reflective practice for have a deep learning if we want to increase this entrepreneurship in education. So this is all. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you find the presentation interesting. If you have any question or comment, please do not hesitate to write me at the email address below. So thank you so much again, and bye bye, and see you soon. Bye bye.
Thank you, Dr. Anna Verde, for your keynote speech. And I was unable to join today due to some unavoidable reasons. Our next keynote speaker is Assistant Professor Hana Sin Not Surana wrong. Sorry, I butchered your name. Faculty of Communication Arts, Chulalongkorn University, Bangkok, Thailand. His topic is Educational Communication in Practice, a case study of student planner. Hana Sin is a lecturer in the Department of Speech Communication and Performing Arts, Faculty of Communication Arts, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. He is also an Executive Secretary to the Administration Board, Faculty of Communication Arts, Chulalongkorn University. He received his Doctor of Philosophy in Higher Education from Chulalongkorn University, and his field of expertise are educational communication and applied drama. He has been working as a drama facilitator in many universities' social responsibility projects around Thailand for a decade. Moreover, he used to be a deputy dean for academic affairs of the Faculty of Communication Arts and has been appointed as a consultant to the dean of the Graduate School for Academic Strategy, Klongkon University from Thailand. Assistant Professor Thana Singh will be presenting live.
Okay, thank you so much. So, can I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay. Second. Okay. You can see my screen already.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Professors, colleagues, and distinguished guests, good afternoon from Thailand. And first of all, I would like to express my deeply appreciation to the organizing committee for inviting me as a keynote speaker today. My keynote speech is not a research as such, but academic services project, which is one dimension of higher education institution mission. Many higher education institutions have to do USR or University Social Responsibility. So does Chulalongkorn University. I will show you in shorts about my project, which related to educational communication. Okay. Before we are going into details, let's start with what is educational communication. As you can see on the screen is Dr. Robin's definition. With his definition, you can see that educational communication is a sub-branch of both education science and communication science. It focuses on how to increase an ability to learn through a communication process. The next one is Professor Chaisinit's definition. His aims is to point out that education communication is a process of information exchange in order to convey intended messages and knowledge between two people or more. The next one, I synthesized some significant definition and concluded as mine. As you can see, this means that educational communication is not limited for only in classroom communication. It is expanded to students or learners' daily life, and the vital of educational communication is to discover or figure out the alternative ways to enhance learning outcome through communication system. And when we talk about the system, this is comprised of 5 basic elements which are definable, repeatable, measurable, improvable, and predictable. All these elements are connected and related to PDCA cycle. This means that no matter interaction, tools, or relationship development process we created, it should be fit in with a continuous improvement cycle. Okay, in this picture, Dr. Putran reveals the interconnection between communication science and education practices. Both of them consist in human development by mixing pedagogy and communication design. Learning outcome is selected as a goal or an indicator for success. Okay, now we are moving to life skill, which is the keyword of my presentation. In Thailand, the life skill was written clearly in the Thai national curriculum since 2008. The life skill was defined as a problem-solving skill in various aspects of life and adaptability for future trends. Life skill has 4 components, which are self-awareness, critical thinking, emotional management, and relationship development. Moreover, they conclude that life skills occur naturally or occur by teaching and learning activities, so that in school, teachers has to determine on learning outcome and use backward design to create teaching and learning activities and assessment. However, in national curriculum, they set the outcome of life skill for each level. For example, for grade 7 students, they determine that the grade 7 students have to discover themselves on the aptitude, ability, and character. Okay, and what about the objective of my project? I have two objectives. Firstly, is to create an appropriate life skill toolkit for grade 7 students, and the another one is to reduce dropout rate for grade 7 students. Well, according to the education research in Thailand, they show that grade 7 student is the most risky for dropout because they face with psychological problems with their new environment and new highly expected learning outcome. Most of grade 7 students change their school from elementary school to the secondary school. They have to find their new friends, new conditions, and cannot they cannot find the space that suited them. Some of them faces with the psychological environment adaptability, and some of them lack of self-confidence and feel insecure. Okay, I will show you some statistics. This table shows the grade 7 dropout rate throughout Thailand in academic year 2019 to 2021. Well, although the percentage look very low, but it is dramatically high when compared with other grades or other level. You might think that this rate is acceptable, but in my opinion, I agree with no one should left behind concept, especially for the national education system. The toolkit that I invented with my team is called the student planner. Well, the student planner is invented since 2010 by the Life Skill Development Foundation. It is funded from many organizations to publish like 20,000 per year for grade 7 student use only. The voluntary school who need this book can request it without any charges, or it's free for all. And of course, it is available for the online version as well. This student planner is developed by various wider collaboration with many expertise in various fields, which are like educational psychologists, guidance, human communication experts, environmental scientists, and of course, social workers. Okay, what is in this student planner? The content in this book is related to intrapersonal communication, interpersonal communication, like digital literacy, self-discovering and checkpoint, occupation in disruptive era, sexual education, time management, and so on. So as you can see, the world is disrupt and change rapidly. So the content is changed every year. Okay, and these are like the phases of some pages from the student planner. Nevertheless, we are trying to stimulate and encourage our students to read and write because we believe that the writing is a process for them to go over their mind and of course to reflect their lives profoundly. As you can see on screen for the left page, yep, you will see that this is the concept about the concept in brief about the key concept such as the intrapersonal communication, interpersonal communication, and so on. And another page on your right is some activity that they have to do in class or outside the classroom. Okay, this is one another page. It's like a calendar. Yeah. it was asking the student to organize their life, and of course to try to manage their time. And they can, some of them put their homework, writing their homework, and they try to reschedule what and set the priority and what is the significance for their lives. Okay, this is the basic occupation, and of course the new occupation in the digital era. So they can do some tests and seeing what is matching their personality with the occupation. And also we also prepare for the QR code for them to scan and learn more about some occupation that are mentioned on the screen. Okay, now let's move to the process of how we use this student planner. We start with train the trainer program for our teachers who use this book. We have like MOOC or massive open online course for them to learn by themselves anytime and anywhere. In the MOOC, we describe our significant like concept and the way to lead their student in classroom. And this is the this is the MOOC that I mentioned. Okay, and after that, the teacher will use the student planner freely in their classroom or outside classroom. We did not like limit the approach how to use it. So the teacher can use it with many strategies or many like teaching plans freely. Okay, and after that, and during the process, we have the Line application group for communicate with the teacher or like to consult and be their consultant. And the last one, after the academic year has ended, we like do some on-site evaluation with the educational supervisor or the expert to evaluate about the student planner result. Okay, this is some picture that are in the school. Yeah, and this is some like the student, they finding themselves who is important to their life and what is they want to do in the future, what is their characteristic and so on. Okay, the result is quite surprising. Dropout rates is declined and decreased from 20 to 0 in 3 years. Well, we cannot say that because of my student planner is impact the student directly, it might be too quick to conclude. But we found that what is the student planner role? This book is become student best friend. They wrote their dream, they wrote about their self-talk, they wrote about their mistake in their life, and of course it is the safe space for them to mention everything about them. Okay, and of course it is the way to help them communicate with themselves. For the recommendation, understanding and cooperation between school administrator, teachers, student, and students' parents is significant for develop continuous improvement and succession plan. Without this cooperation, student planner might be a useless book. And the second one is the learning contract is the key to stimulate and keep students consistent on the book. The third one, content must be up to date with the global and local trend, which I call it global trend. And the last one is the lifelong learning concept should be communicated to our stakeholder because the student planner need the self-directed learning approach to do it. And this is the summary of the student planner and the tools that we use to for our students to let them finding themselves. And this is all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Thana Sen. Does anyone have any questions? No questions. Thank you, Professor Sanathan. Thank you so much for your presentation. Before we move ahead, I would like to welcome our keynotes. Professor Patama, welcome to the conference.
ได้ค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ
Swadika, how are you doing today?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm also good. Thank you for joining the conference.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Welcome, Shahryar.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome to the conference. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
joining.
Thank you for inviting me.
All right. Let's move ahead. Our next keynote speaker for the day is Dr. Patama Satawedin, Assistant Professor, Bangkok University from Thailand. Her topic is Transforming Education with the Futuristic ChatGPT. Patama Satawedin is currently an Assistant Professor and Director, the Master of Communication Arts in Digital Marketing Communications, the School of Communication Arts, Bangkok University in Bangkok, Thailand. She received her doctoral and master's degrees in media and communication from the University of Leicester, United Kingdom. Likewise, she obtained her bachelor's degree in public relations from the Faculty of Communication Arts, Chulalongkorn University, Bangkok, Thailand. She has teaching experience of over 10 years. Her research interests are health literacy, health communication, crisis management, marketing public relations, and communication studies. Moving ahead with her presentation.
Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for having me as a keynote speaker for the Online Live 2023 EdTech International Conference on Education and Learning Technology. My name is Associate Professor Dr. Patama Satawedin. I'm currently the Director of the Master of Communication Arts in Digital Marketing Communications Program from the Schools of Communication Arts, Bangkok University. What I would like to talk to you today, I think is quite very interesting issues, but it's under critical. So along with collecting the data from the various sources of the informations, I would like also to share my brief experience and the knowledge while using especially like the ChatGPT. So the topics that I'm gonna talk today is transforming educations with the futuristic ChatGPT. So the two agenda that I'm gonna cover today for my talk. First of all, the criticism and also the concerns on the AI in education. And then I comes up with the questions whether or not educations can be transformed by the futuristic ChatGPT. So let's have a look and have a discussions first on the criticism and also the concerns on AI in education. I have collected the data from a variety of sources and also especially from the Learning Network 2023 because these articles, the Learning Network have done and conducted an interview with the students to get like the insights and also the opinions towards using like the ChatGPT. The titles of this article is called "What Students Are Saying About ChatGPT." So basically, based on varieties of sort of the information that remains concern and also criticisms of using like the ChatGPT and also the AI in education. So first of all, it's called like educational issues. Under the educational issues from like insights of the students, from the Learning Network, and also from the other sources as well, it comes up with like the three main sub-theme under the educational issues. So first first of all, by using the AI in educations, by using like the chat GPT in the education, it leads to the students not joining a formal, reduce the numbers of the students to join a formal education system. So there is a lesser extent of the student joining in the formal educational system, because they can use and learn and also explore the words by using the hands of the powerful chat GPT. And then it leads to the second point of the educational issue is about there is a lower numbers or lower needs in the teachers in order to help them to get through their educational life and study life. And last but not least, under the educational issues is about like the problems in the learning outcome, because the students are going to learn with the robot, with the AI, with the technology. So how can they learn and what is like the output that they can learn from, the AI, from the chat GPT, comparing to learning from like the teachers or the instructors. Let's move on to like the second point of the criticism and also concerns that highlighted by various sources of the studies, and also especially like from the Learning Network 2023 is about the ethical issues. Two main points under the ethical issues. First of all, the students' concerns about using the chat GPT can lead to like cheating and plagiarism, because the student is quite easily and simply to to just copy and paste, just put the questions, and then they can get like the response and also the answers directly. But at the same times, basically the ChatGPT could provide like quite a brief or just and draft basically understandings and also informations and data for the students in order to complete an assignment or their report. So for the second point under the ethical issues, it will be like the ChatGPT lacks of the accurateness and also the completeness. And then let's move on to like the third point and the final point, that it is about the problems in creative and also the arts issues. The chat GPT, the AI, using the AI in the educations limits the students' imaginations, creativities, and also inspirations as well. It's like you just follow what the AI have said, and then you sometimes that backs to like the ethical issue, especially the cheating and plagiarism, that sometimes the student just finish up their assignment or their words by just copy and paste. So it's quite limit like the creativity in order to explore or in order to explain, elaborate more and more creatively on what they have been assigned. And also it comes up against with the issues of the cheating and plagiarism. So these are like basically the three main criticism and concerns of using the AI ChatGPT in education. First of all, educational issues. Second one is ethical issues. And the third one is creative and arts issue. Then, however, I I'm totally agree with these professors from the New York University, Young Lucant, saying that our intelligence is what makes us human, and also AI is an extension of that quality. This is also agreed and also evidenced by a varieties of the scholars about these regards as well. That in summary, it's very important to have both, means that to have like the arts and also science. The science, the AI could help extend and improve like the quality of your works, because you can explore more and more. The ChatGPT provide like the space for students, for the user, in order to know more than they expected, because some of the data, some of the information, or some of the issues may not be familiar with, by the students, also the instructors, or by the people. So we still have got like the intelligence in ourselves, but the AI should help and enhance the numbers of the qualities of the data or of the informations that used. So without which, I mean, without learning, experiencing some things about the technology, about the AI, about the like the ChatGPT, some of the students that been interviewed and reported in the Learning Network 2023 have pointed out that without learning and experiencing the technology, AI, and also the ChatGPT leads the students to the problems, to men's problems. So the first one, they're gonna lack, you know, the real life and also the hand-on skills that is really need to for the labor market. And the second point is about the ChatGPT could help improve the qualities and also the angles of their words, their assignments, and also let them explore like the new word that they haven't experienced before or they haven't known that before. So then from the two, I mean, the criticism and also the concerns that I just mentioned, and also together with the information that provided by the scholars and also by the, you know, professionals, it comes up to the questions whether or not the educations can be transformed by the futuristic ChatGPT. And I would say yes, both from the data and also from my personal experience as well. And I would like to end up and give the reason to support my answer yes with this statement that ChatGPT could be regarded as an AI tool that making you quite, you know, too normal, but not making you outstandingly and sexily different. Together with you as a human, so ChatGPT helps creatively differentiate you yourself from others and also making you special. So once again, both science and also the arts have to work together, have to work collaboratively. So I mean, the students can use like the ChatGPT for explore the world, for gather all the data and also the informations that they want. But don't forget that, I mean, you know, the students can receive like such information quite similarly. But in order to make this work or to make the students outstandingly, spatially, it's very important for them, as a humans, in order to use the creativity to tell the stories, to communicate differently and creatively. So that's the point that I would like to point out for using like the ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is like the ground to gather information, and you have to also use your own experience, your own creativity in order to make you as like the someone special. And as like the teachers, we have to teach and let them know how to use the AI, how to use like the ChatGPT ethically, responsibly, and also creatively. So then I believe that like the concern or the criticism that mentions at the beginning could be, you know, minimized. And then the works of the students could be, you know, outstanding and well accepted and strategically. So I think that is all for the talks that I'd like to mention to you today. And I mean the discussions, I mean, is open for, and also the questions and sessions is open to the participants, because I said at the beginning that this topic is, you know, is very interesting and is under the critical discussions. These are like the reference that I have used for my talk today, and thank you very much.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee by the nice invitation. So I'm going to share my presentation now.
Thank you so much, Professor Patama. Would you like to add something more?
Well, thank you very much once again for having me as a keynote speakers. And I'm a bit like new, and I'm experiencing using like the ChatGPT Well, that I said is like, the ground for gathering like the informations or, the data. But once again, it needs the creativity and also the imaginations to make, your works and also your piece of works to be like more outstandingly and more creatively. So both science and art should go together. I'm sorry.
There were no questions for you. Thank you for the presentation. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next keynote speaker is Associate Professor Maria Eurasia School of Business, Economics and Law, University of Gothenburg from Sweden. His topic is digitalization of smaller business. Maria Eurasia has his PhD and PhD in industrial engineering, along with an MBA certificate in business analytics. In 2016, he became an accredited management consultant, and in 2018 passed the required assessment to become a certified professor in engineering. Later, he also became a Lean Six Sigma belt holder and certified graduate technologist. He has been awarded an honorary professorship in management and industrial engineering in 2020. Consequently, most of his research and consultation work are now related to industrial management and business analytics. He has worked in industry, business schools, and universities in a variety of roles, ranging from consultant to lecturer and professor. Currently, he is an associate professor in the Department of Business Administration, University of Professor Sharia will be presenting live.
Thank you. Thank you. Meanwhile, allow me. When you were saying, I was thinking that probably you need to change your speaker. I'm not sure if others also had difficulties in hearing you or it was only me, but just sharing with you. Anyhow, thank you for inviting me for this conference. It is an honor to be with you and then sharing my thoughts and then getting some feedbacks from you, learning from your feedbacks then. Allow me to start, if possible. Today, I'm going to talk about digitalization of small businesses. Three keywords: digitalization, business, small business. So I'm talking about these three keywords and then trying to link these three and then concluding that there is a gap of contribution from researcher sides, from your side. Please help us to help smaller businesses in this digitalization area. With these three keywords, I start with digitalization first. This is well clear. Everybody are talking about digitalization, especially with the push of COVID-19, digitalization is more famous than before. Now we have online conferences, now we have online meetings, now we have virtual working environment, now we have different other things. Now we have metaverse for our businesses. Then it's a second life. We have our second life, digital life, working, and businesses are running there. So people are thinking of, I am having my business in this life, and also let's have another business in the second life. So I have two parallel businesses, or just let's move to the second life business, to that digital work businesses. And then these kind of thoughts of digitalization are pushing us to a little bit change. I'm talking about that now. Previously, it was easier life somehow for businesses. It was just land. Whoever has land, they can grow some, plants and then sell the product. That was one of the businesses in traditional world. Capital, if you have some money, if you have some finance, some budget, then your businesses get started and you can go on and then you produce something. Labor, if you have good labor, then the life is easy for those who has this productive labor. Knowledge. Yes, if you have some knowledge, if you have some strategy, if you have some forecast plans, you will some success. Now the time is saying us these value resources, land, capital, labor, knowledge, are not that enough. Still, we need more if we want to compete in this today's market. A competition is tough, a little bit more tougher than before, because there is another thing added to these values. Digitalization is pushing something new to this list of values. Now we have some different mega trends, like mobile. Everybody has at least one mobile cell phones. And then this is a new trend. This is a mega trend because of this information technology, information and communication technology. The other trend is something like social media. Now many businesses are leading by social media, communication through social media, working with customers, working with suppliers, working with teams, social media influencers, marketing, digital marketing, those kind of new social media related things are helping our business. Another trend. Internet of Things, another trend. When your physical things are connected to cloud computing. Now, many businesses are competing because they have a better access or better analysis to big data. So that is also another mega trend that helps businesses. Mobile, I said, and also just our colleague just before me was talking about Chat GPT. Those robots are helping not only education but also our businesses. Some easier knowledge, some easier plans, some easier assistants are there. So these are trends, mega trends, let me call it, because of digitalization, information and communication trends. These trends are adding something new to the list of values that I explained: land, capital, labor, knowledge. These trends are adding something to be placed there. Now we are seeing that we are in Industrial Revolution 5.0. Very soon 6.0, 7.0, and everything starts with the Industrial Revolution 4.0. The trend is moving toward digitalization. So 5.0 is also 4.0 plus something new. 6.0 will be 5.0 plus something new. So digitalization will remain because we have it as one of the initiatives of Industrial Revolution 4, previous revolution. Now I'm saying that, okay, yes, true. We are adding something new. We are having something new, and businesses should have it. COVID-19 was a push. Metaverse, because of Facebook, you remember from 2020, 2021, it was the new concept of metaverse booms up. Now every businesses are having an option to think about second business in the second digital world because of extended reality of all those kind of things. Now, learning organizations are moving a little bit. Think about competition of businesses. Those learning organizations, those modern companies are moving forward. And if we don't, we will be out of competition. That is the problem. So if after competition, business fails. I'm talking about that. Keyword number one, digitalization. We talk about that. Let's move to business. How businesses will be affected because digitalization. Every business has an R&D, research and development. Talking about technology management, how we can manage these kind of technologies, adopting them for our competition or for our process and moving on. Innovation management, how we can generate these new ideas. Knowledge management, how we can just keeping the knowledge and then sharing with others. Innovation management, knowledge management, technology management, all part of those R&D are saying that different level of all organizations, from top manager, middle manager, lower level managers, and then employees, all employees. They are linked somehow to these digital kind of things, to these softwares, to these IT kind of things, ICT kind of things. All the level of organization should be connected. We need infrastructure for that. We need to be connected with computers, with networks. So we need those kind of things, physical sides. Not only that, but also we need to be connected with soft side of our business. It means that people also should be capable, should be a level up, to be able to use these tools for competition. Both are challenging. When you're adding those physical sides to your computer, to your business, that needs money. When you're adding those soft side, also needs money plus some other efforts, because working with people is not that easy. Just paying something, some training, for example, some seminars, and then after that, result comes. That is not the way. People need some motivation. People need some psychological push, some cultural changes. Change management process is with different challenges. So companies, businesses, organizations, at least to me, are facing a very challenging era, adopting the not only physical side, but also soft side. When it comes to larger companies, they have money. They have a little bit more capital comparing to small and medium enterprises. So it means that if they fail, they still have some backups. They're stronger bodies. But the small and medium enterprises, they are teeny businesses with not that much of capital, not that much of capacities to feel risk of failure. I'm telling you, there was a paper based on a survey concluded in 2022, middle of COVID, that human resource management in small and medium-sized enterprises, in general, 85% of them are thinking of having more digitalization, moving toward digitalization a step further, at least with a video conference, because that time you remember the COVID kind of. On the other hand, there are other researchers that concluding in their papers, like Ismail 2019, Robinson 2018, Robinson 2019, they're concluding in their paper that 70% of digitalization plans are failed. That's expensive. 70% of digitalization plans are failed. Imagine this case for small and medium enterprises where they have limited resources. So this is a risky move. This needs a strong change management. Even without that digitalization plan, without that changes, without that modern business resources that we've discussed because of digitalization, small and medium enterprises were very risky to be failed. I remember there was a survey in 2012 about a small and medium enterprises saying that 80% of these SMEs are failing because of many reasons only during the first 3 years of their life. So they will be bankrupt, gone. 80%, that's too much. And even from that 20% that remain live after 3 years, 40% of them just feel stable, not very gross and then trending businesses, trending success like that. So it is small portion of them that can survive in this competition. And then imagine now we are adding one new competition source like digitalization with 70% failure risk. That makes it a life even more difficult. It's not just buying softwares installing that, and then getting the results. It's not just having a training session for employees and then getting the result. It's not that easy when coming to digitalization. There are some studies previously saying that you need to be in a readiness level. You need to measure your readiness before any shift. You need to test your maturity level before any shift, before any transformation. But I couldn't find enough studies saying that how I can be in that readiness level, how I can push myself, how I can move myself, improve my business to be in that readiness level. They're talking about measuring your readiness level as a small and medium enterprises. And then if you're ready, then start changing, then start transformation. But if I'm not ready, how I can make myself ready? My capital is very small. My capacity is very small. Don't forget that. I need a plan for that also as a small and medium enterprises, as a smaller businesses. So there is a gap of study in the literature saying that what is the plan if you are not ready for shift, for digitalization transformation? As a small business and as a small and medium enterprise, what you should do to make yourself to become a mature for transformation. There are some criteria talking about readiness measurement. They're saying that check your readiness as a small and medium enterprises in technology criteria. If you're ready in that area, you may think about transformation. In a strategy, in leadership support, if you're ready, if your leadership is supporting, then probably you can think. If your people are ready, probably you can think about. If the process is ready, probably you can think. But there is no comment on how we can make these different criteria ready. So it's a multiple criteria. I need to have a plan for that. I have options. Probably if I'm in ready level, I can improve. I can go for transformation by in-house digitalization development, by off-the-shelf digitalization development, by outsourcing of digitalization development. But how I can make myself ready? Here is a gap of research that I wanted to highlight. And then please, as a scientific body, contribute to this area if you're interested, of course, in the field. I feel that there is a gap of research. We already started a project talking about this preparedness for readiness in smaller business. But of course, this one project, 2 projects, 3 projects, just limited number of projects is not covering the whole small and medium enterprise industry. So we need more contribution. The purpose of this keyword was highlighting this gap of research and then inviting scholars, you, to contribute. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Professor Sharia. Is my voice audible now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation. Does anyone have any questions? No questions, Professor. Thank you so much.
It was
Yeah.
very helpful. It's clear.
May I know? Okay, thank you so much. Moving ahead with the conference now. Our next keynote speaker is Dr. Cecilia R.C. Collado, ISEL, Instituto Superior de Engenharia de Lisboa from Portugal. Her topic is serum metabolomics to discover biomarkers of diagnosis and prognosis in critically ill patients. Cecilia Collado has a PhD and an MSc in biotechnology and a degree in biochemistry. She is a professor at the Lisbon High Engineering Institute, where coordinates the BSc and MSc in biomedical engineering and the R&D lab in medical bioengineering. She She presents a broad experience in R&D in the development of platforms to discover drugs and diseases, biomarkers, and bioprocess monitoring. Moving ahead with her presentation.
So I'm from Lisbon. You are all welcome to visit us. We are a school of engineering, including biomedical engineering, where I'm coordinating a master degree on that area. So today I'm going to speak about precision medicine and serum metabolomics to achieve that precision medicine. So what is precision medicine? Actually, precision medicine implies that we need to characterize mechanistically the diseases, try to understand the mechanismic associated to all subtypes of diseases. Usually we don't have a defined type of disease, the subtypes. And if you understand mechanistically these diseases, we could deliver more precise medicine. We could conduct more precise diagnostics and more precise therapies. A classic example of this is the breast cancer, for instance. We have several types of breast cancer. And if you understand what kind of type of breast cancer, for instance, if is overexpression hormonal receptors, then the best therapy would be a therapy that will down-regulate these hormonal receptors, and so on and so on. So there's a lot of examples today on medicine, and to define these mechanistical diseases, we want to discover these biomarkers that will define the different types of diseases. And my goal is discovering these biomarkers. So a biomarker is a quantity. We need to quantify it and associate this characteristic to a disease phenotype. If you are discovering biomarkers for diagnostic. And the more efficient mode to discover these biomarkers is if you are able to analyze systems, the whole systems, considering a subtype of molecules. For instance, technological speaking, if you are looking for the genes, if you want to achieve almost all the genes in a system, we call it genomics. So, and technologically, we have evolved a lot in the last 20 years. For instance, 20 years ago, when we achieved the first draft of a human genome, we took more than 10 years, and humankind speaking, this cost us around billions of dollars. So today, 20 years after, we are achieving almost the same result, or with a more sensitive and specific analysis, even so, with much cheaper. So this is an example how technologically we have evolved, and we are able to analyze for a given system one type of molecules. But instead of speaking about genomes, if you want to understand what exactly the system is doing and not the potential of the system, what we can do it, because all our cells have the same genome, but all our cells are doing different functions. So to understand what exactly the cell is doing, instead of looking to the genome, we could start looking what the cell is doing, like the metabolome or the proteome. So when we going down on the system, we are closer what the system is really doing. So I'm focused my research on metabolomics, mostly. So looking for that, what kind of techniques exist to analyze the metabolites on a system, what the system is conducting. Well, all the flow on a metabolomic analysis is highly complex. We start to prepare our sample. For instance, if it's a serum sample, we need to extract first to eliminate all these macromolecules like genes, like RNAs, like proteins, to to remain on the system the small metabolites. So this is the first task. Then we need to think about the technique we are applying, and after we are going to get a huge quantity of data, and then we need to apply to think about the bioinformatic tools to analyze all this huge quantity of data. So starting for the analytical technique, well, actually we have, technological speaking, of different types of techniques. For instance, the most usual type is when we associate a chromatographic step to separate all these metabolites, and then a mass spectrometry to detect and then identify all these metabolites. But even so, if you choose these classic ones, chromatography, we need to decide that liquid, gas, and among the chromatographies, what kind of separation we will select on this kind of techniques. So there's a lot of different techniques, and all of them are analyzing subtypes of molecules, so subtypes, subsystems of the metabolome. And this is highly complex, so it's impossible to have the whole metabolome of the system, but you want to characterize the metabolome associated to a metabolic state of the systems to be able so to do these subtypes of diseases, so more precise diagnostics and more precise therapies. So one of the techniques that we could also apply, and is a much simpler one, despite is not so sensitive, is the one that I'm been working with, that is Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy. On this kind of technique, we are looking for vibrations on molecules between atoms. And we are not able most of the times to quantify a defined molecule, but even so, we are acquiring the whole molecular profile of the system. So we are acquiring a fingerprint of the molecular system at that particular time. With the advantage of the technique is very rapid, simple to apply, much cheaper, and applicable to large set of samples, so to high throughput analysis. I've been working this kind of techniques in different kind of systems. For instance, for a much simpler system here with Escherichia coli system producing the plasmids, we were able to, from this one spectra, to infer the concentrations of different molecules. Even so, the quantity of cells present, the plasmid, the metabolites like glucose, lactate, acetate. This was conducted on microorganisms, but we are able also to apply this to human cell culture, in this case on stem cells with mesenchymal stem cells. And we are able to develop very nice models predicting all these molecules with a very high precision and accuracy. This is amazing. And looking at also to the spectra, we're able to decompose the spectra to predict the defined molecules, for instance, along the time of a culture of bacteria, on this case, to predict, for instance, apparent transcription level, so the level of the expression of genes, and the metabolic status of the cells, the turnover metabolism, so the quantity of energy that the cell is being producing along the time. And all these give you very nice clues about actually that this spectrum is associated with the metabolic state of our system. So the first example where one of the first examples, actually wasn't the first, we applied this is to predict the exposition of humans, professionals, to drugs that could give genotoxic effects. So we're going to alter DNA and could start carcinogenic process. So we look for volunteers Most of them work on an hospital environment and were exposed to surfaces that were contaminated with drugs that can act as genotoxic. So they can affect the human genome, alter their human genome, so they are very toxic. And we were able to predict these abnormalities of the human genome on cells from the immune systems present on the blood. To observe this, the conventional mode is to extract blood, isolate the cells, grow the cells during almost 1 week, and after this and after different process, we were analyzing at optical microscope the nucleus of these cells to look for nuclear abnormalities, so genotoxic effects. This task takes lots of time. We need specialized personnel, and so is not conduct usually to monitoring this kind of events. So, and we want to analyze if the spectra from the serum, so this is a infrared spectra from the serum, and if the spectrum for around 40 professionals that present this in relation to 40 people that didn't present these genotoxic markers, and if the serum spectrum was also different from these two populations, and we found statistical different bands that were different in average on these two populations, the one that was exposed and the one that were not exposed. So more applying machine learning algorithms to these spectra, we were able to predict if this person presents genotoxic events. So we are able to observe that we are able to predict with a very high accuracy, around 0.86, so it's very high, with the high precision, 88%, and with a high sensitivity, also 86%, if that person were exposed and already present genotoxic events. With the advantage that this takes 2-3 hours to analyze in a very cheap and very sensitive and specific mode. So this result was very interesting. We also applied this to the immune cells. So instead of looking at the serum, we start to look at immune cells and understand what the immune cells are predominant in a certain type of disease is critical. For instance, in transplant human persons, people that receive transplanted as kidney, the mechanism of rejections is important to understand, because in function of the immune cells that are associated, the therapy is completely different. And again, we achieved to predict what kind of immune cells were activated based on the spectrum of these cells, and this is conducted very, very quick. In around 3 hours, we are getting the results with a very high accuracy and precision and sensitivity and specificity. And more directly, when apply this also to predict, for instance, in transplanted persons, the ones that we are developing rejection process of the kidney, we were also able to predict what persons were rejecting the kidney. So associating this to this, we could define the best therapy for this kind of patients. All of these were conducted with infrared spectroscopy. So, and now we are working another project, and we are also conducting the conventional mode to retrieve the metabolome, that is using chromatography associated to mass spectrometry, where we were able to identify the metabolites in opposition to the infrared spectroscopy. And interesting, we were achieving very nice predicting models based on these two platforms, so based on MES, and based on infrared spectroscopy. So the models we are starting just now and the models we were developing are very nice. The last example that I'm going to present, because it's a slightly different platform, technological speaking, is a work that you actually I started working on this almost 20 years ago when I started on this area. And we want to know if the spectra from prostate cells were able to predict and diagnose prostate cancer. So we're working with non-healthy prostates. So we have hyperplasia, that is not cancer and cancer, but with some similarities when looking at cells sometimes, and difficult to discriminate it. And we'll look to average spectrum, and even so the average spectrum is slightly different. We're not statistical difference, so we are not able just looking for the spectrum as previously to identify the cancer. So we needed to look at the tissue, so we need to do analysis of the tissue, not one sample, but conduct the space visualization. We need to take spectrum from all these different locations. So if you were a tissue sample from prostate, from a biopsy, for instance, we need to get all these spectra from all these spaces. So we are speak about imaging, and we are conducting this with a microscope that, as we call it, the focal plane array. So is 64 to 64 detectors. So we're able to achieve more than 4,000 spectra distributed in small areas. And the microscope can conduct this in micrometers distance. So it's amazing equipment. We are retrieving hyperspectra, so huge quantities of spectra, and we want to understand if using this we're able to diagnose the cancer. Sorry. Just for a practical example, if we were able, these here are optical microscopic observations, and this is infrared reconstruction of this based on the area of some of this peak of infrared spectra. So if you integrated this peak, so the area, and if, for instance, this is proteins, we have the reconstruction of the distribution of the proteins concentration of this sample. That is for curiosity. But we want to understand if all these analyses we were able to achieve a diagnostic. So we made very complex data processing analysis. Not only we applied different techniques for the spectra pre-processing mode, but also reduce data and then evaluate different types of data processing, supervised and non-supervised algorithms. And we compare all these combinations, and by comparing all these combinations of pre-processing, processing data of all these spectra, we were enabled to achieve accuracy to predict the cancer, the prostate cancer, in 97%. So that is huge. So we compare with classic observations made by a physician, so a trained physician, very specialized physician. So we were very, very happy. So we conduct all this, And just to end my presentation, and this technological speaking and associated to very complex data analysis is one of the most information rich and concise way to represent the whole of the system, because we are not looking only for the metabolites, but we are looking for also the genes, also from the proteins, RNA, and so on and so on. So this is my last slide, so it was a pleasure to be here. I hope that you enjoy my presentation to achieve, to discover biomarkers from serum analysis, from cells analysis, from tissue analysis, to achieve a more efficient medicine. So thank you very much for the attention.
Hello, everyone. My name is Todd Hull, and I am an associate professor of English at Hanguk University of Foreign Studies in.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cecilia. Would you like to add something more?
I just want to say my talk is completely different from my colleagues, but I would like to thank all of them, because for me, being here and listening to so totally different talks about the usually that I'm working, it's very important. Not only because pedagogical is very important to learn all these tools, how to improve me as a professor, but also because I'm doing research. I'm also very interested in economics and the part of starting a new business based on all these ideas that I'm working with. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Does anyone have any questions? No questions. Thank you again. Moving ahead with the conference. Now we are starting with the technical session. Our first presenter for the day is Todd Hull, English, Hanguk University of Foreign Studies, Seoul, South Korea. His topic is implementing content and language integrated learning in the university EFL classroom. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving ahead with this presentation.
Seoul, South Korea. Hello, everyone. My name is Todd Hull, and I am an associate professor of English at Hanguk University of Foreign Studies in Seoul, South Korea. And the title of my presentation for this conference is Implementing Content and Language Integrated Learning, CLIL, in the University EFL classroom. Well, what is CLIL and how does it help language learning? First, CLIL is language learning through materials not explicitly designed for language learning. So this is materials that are designed for native speakers, such as books, newspapers, magazines, internet articles, internet news content, videos, things like that. Things that were designed for native speakers, but that we can use and adapt in the language teaching classroom. There are a couple of types of CLIL. One aims primarily at improving academic knowledge with a secondary goal of improving language proficiency. But this presentation focuses on the second type, which is aimed primarily at improving language efficiency and with the secondary goal of expanding academic knowledge. So in this case, in this type of CLIL, learners are given content that provides a basic overview of a particular subject or current issue. Then they do various tasks in the classroom that promote language proficiency through engaging with the material, and more details on that later. And again, in addition to improving students' general knowledge about the world, which is a goal but a secondary one here, learners get practice in all 4 major skills through CLIL, and not only that, but all 4 skills in a single lesson. Reading. Students research topics, and in order to do that, they have to read. That gives them practice in reading. More details on that later. Writing. After students read and research about a topic, they have to write about it in class, and that gives writing practice. I will address that more later as well. Finally, listening and speaking, the second of the other 2 major skills. They are practiced in class because students engage classmates in discussions about the topics. So that is a general overview and introduction of what CLIL is and how it promotes language acquisition. Now that we have a general overview of what CLIL is, how do we implement it in the university classroom? First, provide learners with content in the form of comprehensible input. So based upon a needs analysis of the students, goals and objectives are developed for the class, and based upon the goals and objectives, learners are given content such as books, articles on the internet, videos, and things like that, which contain material for the learners to engage with. Comprehensible input. This is at their level. This is material that they need to be able to understand at their level. Next, once learners get into class, we need to check their comprehension, and a few more details on that later. After we've checked their comprehension, take any questions that students might have. Next, the next step is once learners have researched the material, once we have checked that they understood it and taken their questions, they then craft written responses to the material, and that's usually in the form of agreeing or disagreeing with the main thesis of the material. Then learners discuss their ideas with classmates. So again, they get together with interlocutors and they discuss and debate their ideas, the ideas that they have crafted in response to the material given. Preliminary steps. What do we do? I think it's usually good to start a class with a warm-up activity. So for example, if we have a lesson about the news media, students might choose a media outlet in their country, a TV station, a radio station, a YouTube channel, a podcast, something like that, and they might write some of the pros and the cons of that media outlet. They can then discuss their ideas with a partner. That's a good way to warm up. So it sets the context and engages students with the subject matters. So by doing that, it sets the context and it gets students' heads around the topic that they will be working with in class. Okay, a few more details about checking comprehension. So checking comprehension, usually comprehension questions are given for homework rather than done in class. So students research the material, they read material on the subject matter to be addressed, and they do some comprehension questions for homework. Then back in class, after the warm-up activity, when the students' heads are around the topic, check the answers to the comprehension questions, and that helps make sure that the students understand the material well enough to engage with it in the main lesson. After students have demonstrated an understanding of the material and teachers have taken questions, then it's time to respond to the material in writing. It's time for the learners to respond to the material in writing. Again, as I mentioned before, what they usually do is assess the material's validity. In other words, agreeing or disagreeing with the thesis of the material given, and again, as usual, always justifying their views with specific reasons and examples. Teachers can choose a variety of writing formats. Some of the ones that I find the most useful are the reasons and examples format, cause and effect, an opinion paragraph or an opinion essay, and an opinion with a counter-argument paragraph or essay. Those are the ones that are the most useful in my particular teaching context, but other instructors can choose the writing formats that most fit with the goals and objectives of their particular learning situations. After students have written about the material, after they have agreed or disagreed with the main thesis of the material, next they engage their classmates in discussions. And this gives speaking practice, also listening practice, and also writing practice, as will be seen. So they discuss their opinions with classmates, and this is the all-important speaking practice that all language classrooms should provide. And this also accords with the communicative approach to language teaching. That is, that learners actually engage in real, meaningful conversation. So this is not something like memorized dialogues, reading a passage from a book, grammar drills. This is real communication. So it's not only speaking practice, but it's actual communication. In this phase, learners get listening practice as well, and they do this by actually having to understand what their interlocutors are saying. How do you check? Students have to take notes, and the proof of understanding of their interlocutors comes from requiring the students to take these notes. Also, the note-taking process gives extra writing practice. So they get their main writing practice when they write their ideas in response to the material, but they get secondary writing practice when they have to take notes on their interlocutors' ideas. So the speaking phase, the interaction phase, gives speaking, listening, and writing practice. What kind of groups are the best? I almost always choose pairs because with pairs, each learner gets to speak and interact with the other one at a maximum amount. Larger groups reduce speaking time, they reduce task time. So I try to keep it to pairs if at all possible. But that's not always possible or possibly even desirable in all learning contexts, so instructors can tailor their groupings accordingly. CLIL lessons engage students in the 4 skills of reading, writing, speaking, and listening, but they also build fluency. How is this done? Well, if learners discuss their ideas multiple times with multiple partners, this repetition builds fluency. The repetition builds fluency, and one of the main reasons that it is able to build fluency is because an important characteristic of fluency building is actually working with tests that are familiar to learners and at, not above, learners' proficiency levels. So when trying to increase learners' fluency, it's important to have texts that are not above their level and that are familiar to them, which is exactly what is done in a CLIL lesson. So when students discuss ideas that they have written, that is material that is familiar to them. And it's also at their level because they are the ones who produced it. CLIL motivation and classroom energy. CLIL increases student motivation and it also maintains classroom energy. It motivates learners because the learners are actually writing about their ideas and discussing their own opinions, rather than just restating some information from a required text or something that has been memorized as a requirement for the course. And it is quite well known that if students are motivated, they learn better. Emblematic of the literature on that is a study by Sajima in 2013, but there are quite a few other studies that support the fact that motivation is good for language learning. Also, CLI helps to maintain student attention and maintain classroom energy and momentum because first, learners are working with their own ideas, that keeps them engaged, but also in a class like this, learners change partners and they engage with multiple interlocutors. They actually have to get up and walk around the classroom to change partners, and that, quote, gets the blood flowing, unquote. So it maintains classroom energy as well. Finally, in addition to just increasing students' language proficiency and academic knowledge in general, CLI can prepare learners for standardized tests like the TOEFL and IELTS. So the writing that students do in a CLI classroom can prepare students for the written sections of standardized tests, such as the TOEFL integrated writing task and also writing task 2 on the IELTS test. So direct preparation for those types of tests. And speaking practice and listening practice also prepare them for the speaking and listening parts of those standardized tests as well. Reading and mastering the material that the students have to do as part of a CLI lecture gives learners reading practice for the standardized tests as well. In conclusion, CLI, it improves proficiency in the 4 basic skills: reading, writing, speaking, and listening. And it also increases fluency because students talk about the same topic with multiple partners, and they are talking about topics that are familiar to them and at their level. So fluency, one of the most important things, is also increased. Also, it can expand student knowledge about a variety of academic subjects such as science, art, and literature, and instructors can choose the topics that are a good fit with the goals and objectives of the course. Also, it motivates students because they're talking about their ideas and not just memorizing ideas in a textbook or something like that. Also, classroom energy is kept high because students are moving around the classroom to engage students. So CLI, it's pretty much a complete package. I'd say it's one of the most complete packages when it comes to foreign language proficiency because it tackles all of the 4 skills and it increases fluency, expands knowledge, and it maintains student motivation and classroom energy. So I would recommend CLIL for almost all EFL university environments and quite a few language teaching environments even at younger ages as well.
Hello.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Todd Hill. Todd, would you like to add something more? Does anyone have any questions? Okay. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Prasanna Ranjitha, St. Mary's Higher St. Mary's Higher Secondary School, University of Kerala, Ernakulam from Kerala, India. His topic is history. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving ahead with his presentation. Apologies for the delay. Prasanna needed to present live. However, he was unable to attend the conference. So we are moving ahead with another presenter. Our next presenter for the day is Kirill. Kirill Griezev, Department of Information Technologies, Vilnius, Gediminas Technical University, Vilnius, Lithuania. His topic is web page content block labeling, a new approach for sibling block detection. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving ahead with his presentation.
My name is Kirill Griezev. I'm from Vilnius Gediminas Technical University, located in Vilnius, Lithuania. And today I would like to present to you a new approach that can be used for sibling block detection that can help to simplify web page content labeling process. A key challenge during web segmentation is the necessity to detect and associate similar content that may be dispersed across different parts of the same page. This is crucial to decrease the workload required for content labeling and also to reduce the computational demand during the content analysis. And because some portions of similar content can be excluded from processing. There are various techniques for related block detection, but generally you need to combine multiple methods in order to achieve the best results. During our approach, we used document object model tree traversal, CSS selector matching, textual similarity, and heuristic approaches. In order to link related content presented on the web page, we perform multiple optimization steps. This section will cover some key optimization steps from our previous research that we reuse during remote siblings detection. HTML code has a hierarchical structure where one tag contains other tags that define smaller components. But quite often, content may have additional tags present that are used in order to achieve desired visual layout and do not provide any additional data. These additional blocks represent different length variations of the same content block because the content itself does not change. In the presented image, you can see how we define two types of boundaries for each content block: maximum boundary and minimum boundary. These boundaries signify the limits within content of the block stays the same. Another optimization we do is detection of direct siblings. These are blocks that follow a similar structure and have the same parent. When such blocks are encountered, we only need one of them for further processing, while others can be discarded and connected to the selected block via relationship. This allows us to further reduce the number of content blocks, and each sibling also gets optimized for minimum and maximum boundary. During the direct siblings detection process, we evaluate the similarity score of processed blocks. Basically, we compare the structure of the blocks. During our research, we received the best results when similarity threshold was set at 0.92, and this way we receive very little, only a few false positives from time to time. Later on, we use this data for remote siblings detection. Now, to validate our initial results, we used two datasets. One was constructed by us, while the other was an open source. Open source dataset was selected because it was used in multiple research papers that we have read. The main difference between these datasets is that our dataset is way more detailed, averaging 91 labeled blocks per website, while open source averages only 16 blocks per website. We were able to increase the ratio of user-labeled blocks versus the number of content blocks extracted from the website from 7 to 24%. This is the increase for the dataset that we created. For open source dataset, increase was from 3% to 11%. The benefit of this increase is that in case of manual labeling, the labeling effort is being reduced because the total number of content blocks is lower. Discarded blocks are auto-labeled thanks to the relationship they have with blocks that are selected for further processing. Now we will present our proposed remote siblings optimization step. Remote siblings are very similar to regular siblings we just discussed. They also represent blocks that have a similar structure, but in this case, they have a different parent. In this example, you can see content blocks marked with red squares. Each of the content blocks groups represents a group of direct siblings. So we would have two groups of direct siblings without remote sibling detection. We display the relationship, the connection of these direct siblings by using a yellow arrow. So after we implement remote siblings detection, we can connect these groups together. And we represent this by a green arrow. So let's compare an example of two sections that have multiple sibling blocks. In this case, different card layouts prevents these sections from being meshed as similar blocks. So we need to analyze the content of each section and try to extract similar data from them. We can see two distinct card layouts in both sections. These are marked by different colors. Solid blocks, solid border blocks in this example represent blocks that are selected for further processing, while dashed border blocks will be discarded and a relationship will be created to the selected blocks. As a result, with only direct sibling detection, we will proceed with 4 blocks and 5 blocks will be discarded. Now, if we apply remote siblings to the same blocks, we can further reduce the number of blocks and only select blocks number 1 and 2, and blocks 5 and 6 are also getting discarded. So with remote siblings, we analyze both of these card sections as one, and this allows us to select only 2 blocks instead of 9 for further processing. Now, here's an overview of the same situation. So not only we are able to remove direct and remote siblings, we can also discard any additional content that they contain. So as we talked before, HTML is a hierarchical structure where one block may contain other blocks. Now, because these blocks are deemed to be similar, we can say that their contents must be similar as well. So all of the inner blocks are also being discarded. Now, in order to perform remote siblings detection, we need to compare two content blocks. We do this by comparing the structure. To simplify and speed up the process of comparison, we adapted a new tree notation to our needs. Tree generation is being performed in two steps. First, we generate initial tree, then we optimize it by discarding empty nodes. Out of two types of trees that we generate, we will discuss the details of each type in the following slides. So after we have the trees, we search for matches in the dataset and link matching blocks together. Once again, only matching block is kept and other blocks are discarded after we create a relationship. So here you can see one of the types of the trees we generate. We will use the simple HTML section that contains a header and navigation menu to basically present you an example of a generated tree. So loose tree consists of tags only. During initial tree generation, we do not check whether node has any children, thus empty nodes may occur. That's why we perform a second step of optimization, and currently in this step, we remove these empty nodes, keeping only tag information. Now, a part of the loose tree, we also generate a strict tree. Strict, in this case, strict tree allows us to perform a stricter comparison because now we also include the class data of the tag. Optimization in this case is the same as before, and we remove empty nodes. If there is a need, we can add any other metadata from the tag to the tree, not only class data as we do now. So after implementing the remote siblings detection, we were able to further increase the ratio of user labeled blocks versus extracted content blocks. Once again, the benefit of increase here is that in case of manual labeling, labeling effort is being reduced because the total number of content blocks is lower, so the users need to label less blocks. Discarded blocks are auto-labeled thanks to the relationship they have with blocks that are selected for further processing. Open source dataset improvement was not as high in this case as with our own dataset, but this is partly due to the fact that websites in 2013 were simpler and there was less usage of repeatable components. During testing, we discovered that our current approach has some limitations. It is not suitable for content blocks that consist of 3 or less tags. We get way too many false positive cases with such blocks. This is somewhat mitigated by using strict trees, but still requires additional fine-tuning. Due to a similarity threshold of 0.92, there is a chance that a small amount of data can be lost. We currently do not check for that data, but it is possible to recover it by additional processing for blocks that don't have a 100% match score. Overall, we were able to reduce the extracted content blocks so that user-labeled blocks accounted for 47%. Without optimizations, this ratio was at 7%, which results in vastly smaller effort during block labeling process. We were able to reduce total number of content blocks by 83%, meaning that only 17% of content blocks needs to be manually labeled, and the rest can be auto-labeled or discarded as not usable content. By implementing remote siblings detection, we improved the reduction ratio by 50% when compared to our previous optimization method. Some limitations were discovered, potential solutions were suggested, and these suggested solutions would allow us to further reduce the number of content blocks that need to be labeled. In the end, this all results in way smaller effort for manual labeling when we need this data, for example, for machine learning. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Kirill. Would you like to add something more?
Hello. Well, sorry, not the right camera. Okay. Yeah, I'm grateful for being able to present my research here today. And yeah, if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Participants, if you have any questions regarding Kirill's presentation, please leave them in the chat section and he will get back to you with his answers. Thank you so much. Moving ahead with the conference now. Our next presenter for the day is Hiroyuki Nobuta, Department of Accessibility Research, All Design Office, Co-Limited, Tokyo from Japan. His topic is Bridging Urban-Rural Education in Bangladesh, E-Learning and Urban Leadership. You can see the abstract on your screens. Nobuta was unable to attend today's conference due to some unavoidable reasons. If you have any questions regarding his abstract, you can leave them in the chat section and he will get back to you with his answers. Thank you. Moving ahead, our next presenter is Aralim Sarbasova, College of Humanities.
Yes, I am here.
Yes, we are just introducing your abstract and then we'll move forward with your presentation.
Yes, thank you.
College of Humanities and Education, KIMAP University, Almaty from Kazakhstan. Her topic is role-playing games as a way to develop speaking skills in teaching business Kazakh. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving ahead with her presentation.
I am from Kazakhstan. I am Kazakh teacher. My topic is role-playing games as a way to develop speaking skills in teaching business Kazakh. Language policy in Kazakhstan uses 3 languages: Kazakh as a state language, Russian as a language of international communication, and English as a language of integration into the world economy. The aim of the trilingual policy is to prepare a competent trilingual specialist. In this regard, there are English-speaking universities in Kazakhstan whose teachers are invited from other countries. For example, KIMAP University, Nazarbayev University, Kazakh University. In these universities, all materials and sources are used in English. Studied students from other countries who communicated in English. Local students can study on an exchange program. In such universities, there are some problems with the state languages. Some local students do not use the Kazakh language as the state languages. To make mistakes in business communication in the Kazakh languages, When writing business letters in Kazakh, they use the grammatical structure of English or Russian languages. Solution. To increase the motivation of students, I use the following book, which provided recommendations and the types for business communication. Cortland, Bouvet, John Till, Business Communication Today. In this book, the authors wrote that in the order to speak and write persuasively, you need to use 5 rules. First, provide only necessary information. Present real facts so as not to leave a dubious impression. Third, summarize information. Tell a clear goal. Make a compelling offer with good arguments. They say more, by introducing game elements into the business progress, you can increase the motivation of employers and customers. And I decided to use a role play game in Kazakh language teaching. The role playing game allows the students to immerse himself in a real life situation in various areas of professional activity. Goals of the role-playing games first, teaching the language. It activities knowledge of the language of the specialty, skills and abilities to use professional vocabulary, grammatical and the syntaxis correctness of the written speech. Second, teaching verbal communication. It fosters correct use of speech cliches, speech stereotypes, idioms, of an official business style of speech. It develops monologue and dialogic speech within business register. Third, professional goal, it activities professional interest. The structure of the game consists of the 3 stages. First stage, formulating the purpose of the business game and providing all the necessary information. Second stage, work in team. Third, interaction between teams. I used role-play game in teaching business Kazakh. For example, your task as a marketer is to present the product to the buyer, convince the customer of the quality and the functionality of the product by completing the following tasks. Explain the need for the product. Compare its quality with the quality of other goods. Use speech stereotypes. Indicate the characteristics of the goods. Make an effective offers using persuasive structures, discounts, promotions. Second example. In the end conclusion, thus the role-playing games contributed to the development of students' business speech and their interests. Through role-playing, you can involve students in the educational progress, develop the skills of spontaneous monologue speech, stimulate the needs of students in professional communication, cultivate tolerance towards all other participants in the game. Reference. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Aaron. Would you like to add something more?
Yes, this is part of my research. My research work is connected with the teaching media text on search technology at the university in the subject business Kazakh language. Search technologies include some methods related to creative and critical thinking that can be used to analyze media text. So role-play game is used to after the text analysis. Thank you for attention.
You're most welcome.
Yeah.
Applicants, if you have any questions regarding LLM's presentation, please leave them in the chat section and she will get back to you with her answers. Thank you again.
Yeah, thank you.
Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Noy NG, School of Humanities and Languages, Caritas Institute of Higher Education, Hong Kong, China. His topic is evaluation of a brief sexuality education in a nursing school in Hong Kong. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving ahead with the presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my presentation. My topic is evaluation of a brief sexuality education in a nursing school in Hong Kong. I'm Dr. Anna Ng from Caritas Institute of Higher Education, Hong Kong, China. According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, sexual need is at the bottom. However, sexual need is considered part of a higher order of needs. For instance, social need, self-esteem, and self-actualization is an important component of holistic health that affects quality of life. And there are also physical influence on sexual health. For instance, if we have cardiac dysfunction, spinal cord injury, or brain injury, these altered physical states may affect our sexual health. And of course, there are also medical conditions affecting sexual health, such as diabetes, hypertension, arthritis, and low back pain, etc. So all these kind of medical situation may affect our sexual function. So in fact, when we do have problems in sexuality or in sexual life, our quality of life may be affected. However, generally, we find that people may have some misconceptions. They might think that if we are sick or ill, probably people should not engage in sexual activities, or the sexual needs is not satisfied, and then our quality of life may be compromised. And also, we also find that patients are reluctant to express their sexual concerns because sexuality is a more matter of privacy and is still a taboo in the society. And there are some important roles of health professions to enhance our people's sexual health. So nurses may need to play a proactive role to address patients' sexual concerns. However, nurses feel uncomfortable, embarrassed, and unwilling to provide sexual health care. Probably the barrier for them to show their care for the patients regarding their sexual health might due to the inadequate of sexual knowledge, as well as their conservative sexual attitudes. So the objective of this study is to organize a sexuality education program to upgrade sex knowledge and foster a positive sexual attitude among nurses, the nursing students. The contents of the education program. The program consists of a 3-hour lecture and 2 sections of 2-hour group seminar presentations, and include tutorial discussions at the end of the section. The topic of education program include the following. First, perspective of love, theories of sexuality, human sexuality, sexual development, sexual function, impact of illness, and meaning of sexuality in all adults. Mode of instruction include lecture, group seminar presentation, tutorials, and discussion. We adopt 2 outcome measures. First, general sexual knowledge scale, and second, general sexual attitude scale. For the knowledge scale, we include 20 items. For instance, we have best sexual intercourse must have orgasm, true or false, and do not have orgasm, and orgasm will not be pregnant, and also children under 5 may masturbate. So questions like these will be designed. And the response format is true, false, and don't know, just 3 choices. Correct answer will score 1, wrong or don't know score 0. So the total score of this scale is 0 to 20. And for the general sexual attitude scale, we include, there are 13 items. Sexual intercourse without affection acceptable, and homosexual behavior acceptable, or petting immoral unless married. So these items and examples, and the response format is 4-point scale. 1 represents strongly disagree, and 4 represents strongly agree. The score of this scale is 13 to 52, and high score equals liberal attitude. And 32.5, scoring greater than 32.5 will be regarded as liberal, having liberal sexual attitude. Data collection. Outcome measures were administered at the beginning of the education program, time 1, and 2 weeks after completion of the program is time 2. Participation was voluntary and anonymous. A pseudonym or 4-digit number was used for identification so that questionnaires complete at time 1 and time 2 can be matched. The outcome of sexuality education. Knowledge aspect. The results indicates that the average score of correct answer at time 1, so before introducing the education program, is 33%. And after the education program, at time 2, the correct answer, the total percentage is 91%. So that means there's a big increase of students' knowledge of sexual knowledge, their sexuality knowledge increased. So what about the passing rate? So if 70% correct is regarded as pass, so at time 1, 26.2% passed. But at time 2, after introduction of this program, 94.6% passed success knowledge scale. What about the attitude scale? At time 1, before the introduction of the education program, the mean score is 32.6, neutral. And at time 2, the mean score is 33.7, a little bit increase, become more positive. The conceptual midpoint is 32.5. The efficacy of sexuality education, we find that the results indicated that there's greater efficacy on knowledge than on attitudes. As you can see, the coherent effect size is 2.53 for the knowledge scale, and then 0.24 for the attitude scale. And we may find that there is this differential efficacy of these two scales. And then, of course, as we all know, knowledge is just unidimensional. It's about our cognitive component. And the attitude is multidimensional, including cognitive, affective, behavioral, etc. So we find for people, the introduction of this short education program, it is expected that the attitude might not change drastically. And we can see that the resistance to change is being observed. So attitude merges into a network of opinions, beliefs, and values that were interrelated. And attitudes were also embedded in a system of traditions, customs, and taboos, etc., especially on sexuality, right? So people might tend to prevent a certain kind of cognitive dissonance, and then, you know, the mechanism would be, well, just resist to make changes. And to conclude, we find that the efficacy, according to our finding, we find that the efficacy of the sexuality education in promoting sexual knowledge and positive attitude are empirically demonstrated with greater effect on knowledge than on attitudes. Implications. Nursing students will feel more comfortable and confidence in addressing the sexual concerns of patients, and quality sexual health care services will be promoted. Suggestions for future studies. Member of the education and comparison group was not randomly assigned because of administrative constraints. So in the future study, probably we need to have a randomized control trial designs. And also, this time too, the data is conducted towards the end of the semester, and then there's no follow-up arranged. So to allow time for the follow-up to assess the stability of the changes, it will be a better design in the future study, so that we can see whether this kind of changes can be maintained. And also, thirdly, participants are first-year unmarried students. Sample our students, right? And they are first year unmarried. So broader spectrum of characteristics to study the possible effects of social demographic characteristics, such as education, marital status, experience in clinical postings, etc. So if we can include these social demographic characteristics, probably the result can be different, and it will be more comprehensive to see how our nursing profession, their knowledge or their attitude towards sexuality can be reflected through the measurement of our scales. So these are our references. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you so much for the presentation. Applicants, if you have any questions regarding Anna's presentation, you may leave them in the chat section and she will get back to you with her answers. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Stacy Ann Nogami, the Institute of Advanced Education and Research, Nagoya City University from Japan. Her topic is work-life balance becoming a myth? You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving ahead with the presentation.
Is the work-life balance becoming a myth?
My name is Stacia Nogami, and let's take a look at this hot topic. Just a little bit about me. I am a teacher and have been teaching at the university and college level for over 15 years. I've enjoyed living and working in Italy, Japan, Canada, and the United Arab Emirates. I teach a number of English and English-related courses to various levels of students. For more information on what I do, you can check out my website, which is posted for you below at www.stacyann- Sorry, that website again is www.stacy-ann.com, which is posted for you below. My experience, both personally and professionally, has allowed me to develop a deeper understanding of some of the work cultures around the world, which was partly how I came up with the theme for this presentation today. But mainly, my presentation was inspired by the pandemic and stems from my experience teaching remotely online while in Canada. The concept of work-life balance being a myth is subjective, and this viewpoint can vary from person to person as well as from situation to situation. While some individuals may feel that achieving a perfect balance between work and personal life is unattainable, others may be able to successfully manage this and strike a balance that works for them. Personally, I think this is what I am striving for. I think it's important to consider the following factors when discussing whether work-life balance is becoming a myth. Remote work was a huge help for me. During the lockdown, I was in Canada working from home, online teaching, and I had a very nice balance there because everything was at home, which was really convenient. So it was very attainable for me, but the downside to that was I was working nonstop. To combat this, I scheduled breaks. I had a designated workspace, and that worked really well. But for some people, working from home can blur the lines between work and personal life, and they just don't know how to detach. So it could be a hindrance in that respect. Is the perfect work-life balance really that unattainable? This is a question I've been pondering for quite some time now. I've heard many stories where people have been able to successfully and happily strike that balance. And I think it's partly due to the pandemic. But how do you strike that balance? And I ask this because I guess I'm searching for it too. So let's take a look at some of the factors that influence this, and let's see how we can make it happen. We will now take a look at some of these influential factors in a little bit more detail. Changing work culture, individual perspectives, technological impact, work-related stress, individual efforts, and conscious prioritization. Let's take a look. In recent years, there has been a growing emphasis on work-life balance as more organizations recognize its importance. Many companies are implementing flexible work arrangements, remote work options, and policies to support employee well-being. For example, my current workplace, they ask our health condition when we submit our time cards, whether it's stressed, whether it's relaxed, whether you are unhealthy, and they ask for examples of your health condition, which is promoting well-being. This shift indicates that work-life balance is being recognized and actively pursued by both employees and employers. Everyone's individual perspectives is different.
People have different priorities and expectations when it comes to work and personal life. Some individuals may be content with dedicating more time and energy to their careers, while others prioritize personal relationships, family, hobbies, and other non-work related activities. Therefore, perceptions of work-life balance can vary widely depending on everyone's personal circumstances and values. Technological advancements have made it easier for work to spill into personal life, blurring the boundaries between the two. Constant connectivity through smartphones and remote access to work systems can make it a challenge for individuals to disconnect fully and engage in personal activities. However, technology can also enable flexible work arrangements, allow individuals to have more control over their time and location, creating the perfect work-life balance. High workloads, long hours, demanding job expectations, and definitely demanding schedules can all contribute to work-related stress and make achieving a healthy work-life balance more challenging. Some industries and professions, such as healthcare and more recently education, have inherently demanding schedules, making it more difficult to achieve that perfect work-life balance. In high-stress work cultures like Japan, work-life balance is almost non-existent. In Japan, there is actually a word that means to work yourself to death. That word is karoshi. And a lot of people have actually died from this. Due to this, I focus on health, wellness, and stress management through art therapy. You can see more details of this on my website and my YouTube channel. Achieving work-life balance requires conscious effort and prioritization. It involves setting boundaries, managing time effectively, and making choices that truly align with your personal goals and values. While external factors can influence work-life balance, such as long working hours, individuals have the choice that contribute to their own well-being. Achieving work-life balance is definitely doable. These are some steps that I think might help. Neutrally communicate your needs. And I say neutrally because some companies may not be open to this. They might think it's lazy. They might want to get someone who can be in the office. So that's why I say you should test the waters first. And explore other options. Keep striving for this if this is a goal. It may not happen today or tomorrow, but it might happen in the future. So keep that in mind. And also set boundaries. Boundaries are really important to have. And it could be something simple like taking a break, going for a walk, and just simply saying no. Now, whether or not work-life balance is becoming a myth, nobody really knows. It's up for debate. I found this interesting article which says it definitely is attainable, but who knows? I think, realistically speaking, and looking at work-life balance, I think it has more to do with being conscious about it. In this article, the dishonest myth of work-life balance states that employers and employees both have to pursue this balance together. I think it's a more realistic take on this topic. It's not solely one person's responsibility, but I think it's collectively people have to work towards this. like myself, who is striving to create this, I think it's definitely attainable when both parties work together. In my opinion, the work-life balance is definitely attainable, but I think you have to create it through finding opportunities that suit you and your lifestyle. Strive for it. Look for what is out there. Now, with so many options for technology and technological advancements, there are numerous opportunities that can help you achieve this. And if your dream is to work from home, I'm sure there is something out there for you. But you do have to make an effort, and that means searching for the right opportunity that aligns with your lifestyle and also prioritizing your personal time. Basically, this means knowing when to switch off and be present with your family. Good luck in striving to find your work-life balance. I really hope it works out for you. For more information about me and what I do, please visit my website at www.stacy-ann.com. Feel free to check out my YouTube channel at Stacy-Conferences.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Stacy Ann. Would you like to add something more?
No, I don't have anything else to add. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome. Applicants, if you have any questions regarding Stacy's presentation, please leave them in the chat section and she will get back to you with her answers. Thank you so much. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter is Chu Ping Chan, Department of Tourism, Recreation and Leisure Studies, National Donghua University, Hualien from Taiwan. Her topic is how cyclist leisure involvement affects leisure benefits, the mediating role of leisure satisfaction. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving ahead with the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chu Ping Chan. It's a pleasure for me to be presenting my research. Today, I'm going to be talking about how cyclists' leisure involvement affects leisure benefits, the mediating role of leisure satisfaction. I have divided my presentation into 5 parts. First of all is introduction. The role of the bicycle has recently changed in many countries. Initially a primary transportation tool for many people, its use began to decline when motorcycles and cars became popular. In recent years, because of the rising awareness of health, environmental protection, and energy conservation, cycling as a leisure activity has gradually increased. Furthermore, due to the government, business and non-profit organizations have actively promoted bicycle leisure sports, such as Tourism Bureau, Ministry of Transportation and Communications promotes the low-carbon tourism. 2021 was actually the year of cycling tourism in Taiwan. Study of cycling tourism have increased with its popularity. These studies focus on the motivations, experience, and benefits. However, few studies have been conducted to how cyclist leisure involvement affects leisure benefit. We think this question deserves to be explored. Therefore, this study aimed to discuss the relationship among cyclists' leisure involvement, leisure satisfaction, and leisure benefits. The study framework was illustrated in this figure. Secondly is theory and hypothesis. Well, this page about leisure involvement and leisure benefits. Leisure involvement is a psychological state of an individual engaged in a certain leisure activity, which includes the individual's perceived degree of relevance to a specific leisure activity, as well as a positive psychological state of being satisfied with self-expression and pleasure in leisure, which leads to their interest in and concern for their preferred leisure activity and continued participation. Leisure involvement contains three dimensions: attention, centrality, and self-expression. Attention refers to the importance and the pleasure of leisure activities. Centrality means the value of an active relative to other domains of life. And self-expression represented the expression of one's identity through engagement in activity. The leisure benefit is defined as the positive effects experienced by participants during leisure activity. These experiences help people to improve their mental and physical health, and to satisfy their physical and mental needs. The meaning of leisure benefits is very broad, and can be understood from physiological, psychological, and social perspective. Benefits of leisure activities include stress reduction, relations through participation in planned experience, and the creation of new social relationships by participation in leisure activities. However, when looking at the findings of leisure participation of scholars, there are many inconsistent conclusions. Some studies found that the more frequent the individuals participate in a specific leisure activity, the more leisure benefits they can be obtained. While another study found that there is no positive relationship between leisure participation and leisure benefits. So, does the level of leisure involvement predict the benefits of leisure? Based on the above considerations, this study argues that it is necessary to discuss the relationship between leisure involvement and leisure benefits. This page about leisure involvement and leisure satisfaction. Leisure satisfaction is the positive emotions that a person receives as a result of participation in leisure activity. Leisure satisfaction is defined as the positive feeling which an individual forms or gains as the result of engaging in leisure activity and choice. The meaning of leisure satisfaction can be understood from physiological, educational, social, relational, psychological, and aesthetic. Some studies point out the influence of leisure involvement on leisure satisfaction. For example, Tsai and Go studied the correlation between the leisure involvement and the leisure satisfaction of elderly people in Taipei. They found that leisure involvement has a positive and significant relationship with leisure satisfaction. Based on the above considerations, we propose the following. Hypothesis 1. There is a significant and positive relationship between cyclists' leisure involvement and leisure satisfaction. This page about leisure involvement, leisure satisfaction, and leisure benefits. Leisure satisfaction will positively correlated with leisure benefits. Some studies found the higher leisure satisfaction level the participants have, the more leisure benefit level will increase. The important law of satisfaction has been highlighted in leisure studies, contributing to the improvement of individuals' well-being, happiness, and the quality of life. We propose the following. Hypothesis 2. There is a significant and positive relationship between cyclists' leisure involvement and leisure benefits. Hypothesis 3. Leisure satisfaction is a mediating variable between cyclists' leisure involvement and leisure benefits. This page about the research method. Data were collected by questionnaire survey through purposive sampling at around the bicycle lane. A total of 280 questionnaires were distributed, and got 218 effective questionnaires. The effective response rate is 77.86%. Respondent structure is presented in this table. All data were analyzed through several statistical analysis methods, such as EFA, CFA, and regression. This table shows large-scale reference sources for each variable. Factors extracted by EFA. Additionally, this table shows composite reliability and compression alpha of all variables are greater than 0.8. It's referred to all variables have good internal consistency. All variables of range variance is traced less than 0.4. It's referred to all variables have good convergent validity. As shown in this table, the model provides a good fit to the data, providing support for the measure used in this study. The descriptive status and intercorrelations of all the data variables are presented in this table. As shown in this table, we find the leisure involvement is positive related to leisure satisfaction and leisure benefit. As shown in this table, we controled cycling experience. As model 1 shows that leisure involvement significantly predicts leisure satisfaction, so hypothesis 1 was supported. As model 3 shows that leisure involvement and leisure satisfaction significantly predicts leisure benefit. Regarding the mediation analysis using bootstrapping, leisure involvement had significant indirect effect on leisure benefits through leisure satisfaction. To summarize, the results of the study supported hypothesis 1, hypothesis 2, and hypothesis 3. Finally, based on the findings of this study, such results echo the finding of previous research that leisure involvement was associated with leisure satisfaction and leisure benefits. In addition, this study found the mediating effect of leisure satisfaction. Its referred leisure satisfaction plays a mediating role between leisure involvement and leisure benefits, which shows that leisure satisfaction are essential for leisure benefits. Based on the finding of this study, we have some suggestions for practical. In particular, the key element is to enhance the leisure satisfaction of cyclists. For example, well-planned bicycle lane hardware equipment, safety regulations, and facility maintenance have to be reinforced. Provide more diverse bicycle routes, integration of bicycle lanes, and the surrounding community resources, etc. This is the end of my presentation, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Chupin. Would you like to add something more?
No, thank you very much for this opportunity.
Most welcome and thank you for the presentation. Applicants, if you have any questions regarding her presentation, please leave them in the chat section and she will get back to you with her answers. Thank you again. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter is Kalyar E. Levin, Faculty of Social Sciences, Chiang Mai University, Thailand. Her topic is suppression of press freedom and its impact on media landscape in Myanmar after military coup in 2021. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving ahead with Kalyar had to present live. However, she was unable to join this conference. If you have any questions regarding her abstract, you can leave them in the chat section. Moving ahead. Our next presenter is Jing Yuan Zhang, Agnes Irwin School, Rosemont, United States of America. The topic is exploring the cultural and musical differences between Chinese and Western music and their influence on the economy. You can see the abstract on your screen. Moving ahead with the presentation.
Hi, I'm Jingyuan, and I'm going to do the presentation for my paper. The paper title is Exploring the Cultural and Musical Differences Between Chinese and Western Music and Their Influence on the Economy. I want to write this paper because I studied my piano in China and in the United States, so I think I saw some difference between the Chinese and the Western music, so I want to explore more. So that's why I want to take a research for this topic. So my presentation have 4 parts: is abstract, introduction, comparison and contrast, and then a conclusion. So my abstract is the paper examines the cultural differences and similarities between Chinese and Western music. It's two of the most prominent musical styles in the world and their impact on their respective countries' economies. The paper begins with an introduction to the history and evolution of Chinese and Western music, followed by an analysis of their cultural backgrounds, musical styles, and harmony. The paper then explores the influence of Chinese and Western music on its respective countries' economies. The main section of the paper provides a comparison and a contrast of cultural differences between Chinese and Western music, particularly in terms of their use of melody and harmony. The paper concludes by emphasizing the importance of understanding and appreciating the cultural differences between these two musical styles in promoting cross-cultural understanding and appreciation. For my introduction, I wrote, music is a universal language that transcends geographical and cultural boundaries. It is an art form that has evolved over centuries and has played a significant role in shaping the cultural identity of different societies around the world. Chinese and Western music are two of the most prominent musical styles in the world, with their unique cultural backgrounds, musical style, and impact on the country's economy. So the Chinese and Western music, they have the different cultural backgrounds. For Chinese music, they have a rich history influenced by philosophy, religion, and traditions. But for Western music, it's shaped by ancient Greek and Roman music and Christian religious beliefs. Obviously, they have a different musical style. In Chinese music, they're more emphasized on melody, but for Western music, it's more emphasized on harmony. And in the Chinese music, they always use the pentatonic scale and traditional instruments. And for the Western music, it's always used a wide range of scales and the instruments like the piano, guitar, or violin. The harmony is only a key feature or the key element in the Western music. However, in the Chinese music, they're more focused on melody. They will make for the country's economy. So the role of traditional Chinese music in promoting tourism and the musical industry, and the Chinese music industry's revenue generation and promotion of Chinese culture. However, the Western music industry's contribution to the economy through recordings and job creations. So the comparison and the contrast. They have a different cultural, like the Chinese music is influenced by Chinese philosophy, religion, and traditions, characteristics by its emphasis on melody and use of traditional instruments. For the Western music, they are more emphasized on harmony and influenced by ancient Greek and Roman music and Christian religion beliefs, and features a wide range of instruments like piano, guitar, violin. So, the Chinese music promoting harmony and balance, and Western music often used for religion's expression. They have different musical style. For Chinese music, the characteristics is the monophonic texture, single melody line, influenced by poetry, employing a rhythmic pattern called senti, and the Western music is emphasizes harmony and counterpoints, and is creating a rich and full sound through simultaneous melodies. For the tonally part, the Chinese music employs modal scales, and the Western music build up on major and minor scales. For the structure, Chinese music adopts a repetitive form, but the Western music have the complex forms with multiple sections and depths. So they have a different harmony. For Chinese music, they are less of a tonal system. They utilize the pentatonic scale. They more focus on the pentatonic scale, minimize the use of dissonance, resulting in a harmonious and tension-free sound. But for the Western music, they are more based on a tonal system built up on major and minor scales. So the dissonance is strategically employed to generate tension and subsequent resolution. So the dominant seventh chords exemplify this technique. So, the Western music relies on a tonal system rooted in major and minor scales. It's employing chords to create harmony and employing dissonance for tension and resolution. But the Chinese music, on the other hand, employs heterophonic textures and a pentatonic scale to achieve harmony, emphasizing a tension-free sound. They have different influence for the country's economy. The Chinese music's influence is it promote tourism and foster the growth of the music and perform arts sector. And they also attract tourists through traditional music events and performance like the music festival or music concerts. For Western music influence, it created millions of jobs for the people in the Western countries, and it's also influenced by popular music genres just like rock, pop, and hip hop, shaping popular culture and driving industry growth. And the government, they have a different action for the different music. Like the Chinese government, they promotes the growth of the music industry by making substantial investments in infrastructures, organizing festivals, and implementing policies to protect intellectual property rights. For the Western countries, they are more driven by the private companies and individuals, with the government playing a less direct role in its development. So, for a conclusion, first, music is a universal language that has shaped a cultural identity of societies worldwide. And the Chinese and Western music have distinct cultural backgrounds, styles, and economic impacts. And the Chinese music is influenced by Chinese philosophy, religion, and traditions, while Western music has roots in ancient Greek, Roman, and Christian influences. And the Chinese music often features a monophonic texture, while Western music tends to have a homophonic texture. And both Chinese and Western music contribute significantly to their respective economies through tourism, the milk industry, and job creation. So, in conclusion, while there are distinct differences between Chinese and Western music, there are also many similarities, such as the use of singing and instrument. Understanding and appreciating the differences and similarities between these two music styles can promote cross-cultural understanding and appreciation and help us to better understand the importance of music in our lives and societies. Music has a power to connect people across geographical and cultural boundaries, and its impact on our lives and society cannot be underestimated. So I hope you can enjoy my presentation. Music is an important part in my life, so that's why I want to take a research and to share my individual experience and to explore more about the Chinese music and Western music. Thank you.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining me today. My name is Anchala Amina Muhammadi, and let me give you a short background overview brief about me. I hold MTech degree and currently doing my doctorate in business administration at SP Jain School of Management, Sydney campus. I'm working as an associate manager.
Thank you for the presentation, Jing Yuan.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I'm not have anything else to add. Thank you.
You're most welcome. Applicants, if you have any questions regarding her presentation, please leave them in the chat section. Moving ahead. Our next presenter is Amina Mohammadi. DBA SP Jain, DBA SP Jain School of Global Management, Sydney from Australia. Her topic is the combined effect of content marketing, technology innovation, and customer engagement on SMEs in MENA region. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving ahead with her presentation.
Sales at Technology Square Company. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining me today. My name is Anchala Ameena Muhammadi, and let me give you a short background overview brief about me. I hold MTech degree and currently doing my doctorate in business administration at SP Jain School of Management, Sydney campus. I'm working as a Associate Manager Sales at Technology Square Company in Doha. My paper topic name is The Combined Effect of Content Marketing, Technology Innovation, and Customer Engagement on Small and Medium-sized Scaled Enterprises in Middle East and North Africa region. Please refer to the agenda first. I will start with a small introduction about my research, followed by research questions, literature review, research methodology, framework and analysis, and some practical implications, and then I'll conclude with the providing limitations, futures, and conclusion. I have to focus in two things. One is SMEs and another is social media. SMEs, we all know, they serve as a backbone of economic growth. If I want to talk about SMEs, the research in SMEs is very important for their growth, competitiveness, and also for long-term sustainability. This research and also the research related to SMEs will help SME owners to understand their customers in a better way, and also to adapt to industry changes, and also what kind of risk they can avoid and how to drive it in an innovative manner. Other part, I take social media. All social media platforms have transformed the way how we connect with each other and how we communicate with each other and how we communicate with the connect with the customer and consume how we will share the information to the customer, creating a profound impact on individuals, businesses, and also a society. Social media helps us to understand the user behavior and also the latest trends, and it helps to understand the relationship with the customer and widely used for sharing the vital informations. So I wanted to investigate how three factors affect the adoption of SMEs in MENA region. The three factors is nothing but the content marketing, customer engagement, and technology innovation. I have read many published papers from top journals, and all I got a favorable data that content marketing has a positive impact on SME performance. These are the two authors who have founded and also it aligns with our research findings, which I have listed here. Author 1 says content engagement have a positive impact on sales growth and market share. And author 2 has also conducted a detailed study from 21 different companies and stated content marketing have a great impact on online consumer behavior. Similarly, other 3-4 papers I have added in my research published article. After reading so many published articles from the existing paper, I used 3 keywords such as technology innovation, SMEs, and social media. And I have derived major most important articles which is favored to our research. Author 1 says the strategic planning, he defined about the strategic planning, and he says this has a great impact on enhancing entrepreneurial performance. So enterprises, he recommended, enterprises must recognize the value of technological innovation and which maintains the firm's sustainability and accelerates business development, and also it paving the way for innovations that dominating the market. So second author says digital innovation should be adapted, technology innovation should be adapted, such as like RFID, GPS, biometric sensors, and other things. Similarly, for customer engagement in the independent variable, we got 2 authors. Both the authors are saying, according to the first author, digital marketing has a favorable effect on customer engagement. And even the second author has done a research in live streaming digital marketing, and he also suggests customer engagement factor, which includes likes, visits, exposure time, and chat, is positively significant on the purchase intention variables. This research is carried out as a qualitative research. This research is made from social media related and SME related publications. I have used Google Scholar, Science Direct, and other to find best published articles. I have referred articles which has been published since 2019. I followed making Excel sheet where it includes citation, findings, variables, independent variables and dependent variables, research methodologies are adopted, conclusions and future scope. By doing this exercise, I derived my research gap analysis, and I have done the frequency distribution and taken a best 3 independent variable, that is nothing but content marketing, technology innovation, and customer engagement. And it helped me to find these 3 great variables, independent variables. The following is my research framework with showing my independent variable and the dependent variable. Analysis, outcomes, and propositions have done. So by verifying 50 articles, we have come to a conclusion and found that effects of content marketing is positively significantly impact on business success and sales. And also the technology innovation is, according to these 2 authors, we stated the finding, the research of the study states that technology innovation has a great positive significant effect on SME performance and sustainability. And by referring these 2 articles, this research findings suggest that, recommends that customer engagement have a significant positive impact on the purchase. This research finding will add to existing body of language and provides valuable insights to SME owners. This research finding provides valuable guidelines to assist SME owners and management to adapt social media in the business plans, in their business plan. This research comes with a limitation Firstly, as this research is made as qualitative method, so further studies is recommended for quantitative method. Secondly, this investigation is specific to MENA region, so further research is recommended for other countries as well. Thirdly, only 3 variables were assessed. So in future, there are many other variables to assess, such as mentioned here, repurchase intention, purchase frequency, employee engagement, and other. So we conclude this research finding shows that 3 independent variables, all 3 have a positive significant impact on SMEs in MENA region, and also this research study recommends SME owners and members of the business management team are highly urged to have a very strong online presence with the help of various digital technologies in order to increase the firm sustainability, sales improvement, business success, SME performance, and purchase intention. Thank you for joining me today for this video presentation. I hope that you found the information shared valuable and insightful. Thank you once again for your time and attention.
Thank you for the presentation, Amina. Would you like to add something more?
No, everything is. Thank you so much for providing an opportunity. Okay.
You're most welcome. Thank you for joining. Applicants, if you have any questions, please leave them in the chat section. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter is Wenli. Wenli Unique Adriasina Angel, School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology, Bandung from Indonesia. His topic is the influence of untrustworthy online reviews towards customer purchase decisions on Shopee. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving ahead with his presentation.
Hello, good morning. I'm finally Onika Adriasina Ingol. I'm from School of Business and Management of Bandung Institute of Technology. Here, today I want to present my findings on my current research entitled The Influence of Untrustworthy Online Review Towards Customer Purchase Decision on Shopee. Okay, so let's start from the first chapter of introduction. The first one I will explaining about the background itself. As for the background, with the help of technology and also with the help of internet, like everyone has known, the e-commerce, especially online shopping, has grown its popularity among Indonesian, especially Shopee platform nowadays. And at the same time, not only online shopping, but also online review has also emerged and grow its popularity among Indonesian. And knowing this fact, Shopee also provide a special product review feature, a product review section where all of their customers can post about their review and also post about their judgment regarding a product that they have been purchased there. But however, here is the problem that need to be assessed, that it was found there are so many untrustworthy reviews are found on the Shopee platform. But first thing first, because I'm mentioning about untrustworthy review, what is untrustworthy review? Because maybe the words of untrustworthy may be really subjective of each people. It could be really different of this definition. So in this research, we combine the definition of untrustworthy review based on the previous journal resource and also based on the interview session with 12 people. And here is the final definition of untrustworthy review. It is the review that giving an unclear description, and also they are using marketing wording style and also using unclear evidence. The unclear evidence itself, just like it could be the photo or the video itself has no relationship with the product, or maybe they give no evidence at all. And this kind of reviews has proven to be appeared in Shopee really a lot. For the next one is the scope and limitation. As for this research will focusing on Shopee, the active user of Shopee located in Indonesia and have experiencing in finding untrustworthy review. So for the second chapter of literature review, here is the variables that will be used for the first one, untrustworthy online reviews, skepticism, perceived of credibility, trust, per-case intention, and also per-case decision. And here is the final conceptual framework that will be used and the following resources. From previous variables that have been mentioned before, here are the 6 hypotheses that will be assessed in this research. For the first one, untrustworthy online review influence customers' skepticism in Shopee, until the 6th hypothesis of per-case intention influences the per-case decision in Shopee. Okay, so for the third chapter of methodology, this research will use 2 kind of research approach. The first one is the qualitative research approach that will be used a semi-structured interview method, and actually this research approach is the objective itself is to strengthen the definition of untrustworthy online review and also to support and confirm the variables that will be used later. And also the sampling techniques that will be used is the purposive sampling with the tools that will be used for analyzing the data collected later is the open coding. So for the quantitative research approach, survey method will be used for both preliminary and also main survey, and for the objective of each survey itself, start from the preliminary survey, it was used to validate the issue, and for the main survey, it will be used to identify the influence between each variables. And later on, the data collected will be analyzed using descriptive analysis for preliminary survey and also main survey and PLSM, with Smart PLS as the application tools for the main survey only. Okay, for the data analysis, I will explain this according to the timeline. The first one is preliminary survey result. The goals of the survey is actually to validate the issue appeared in Shopee regarding untrustworthy review. And here are some findings that supporting and also validating the issue. Okay, so the next one for the interview result, after revalidating the issue before using the preliminary survey, we conducting the interview to getting a deeper insight and also to complement the findings of the main survey later in assessing the variable. And here is some insight from the interview. Okay, so for the main survey result, out of 259 respondents, it was dominated with female around 20 until 25 years old with the following behaviors. And for example, their expected review here in the bar chart, their expected review on Shopee is that the review that has complete and detailed description and also providing evidence such as picture or video, and also are giving honest writing style. Okay, so for the descriptive analysis result for the main survey, the highest mean score indicator is from the online review are often questionable. This means that the respondents agree with the online reviews are questionable, while the lowest score means the opposite way, that indicates that the respondent feels that the example of untrustworthy review is unreliable. Okay, so for the PLSM result itself are shown on the slide, and all of the tasks start from the indicator reliability, the null consistency task, and also convergent validity and discriminant validity. Culinary task is also passed. However, on the hypothesis testing, it was found that there is one hypothesis that has been rejected, which is the fifth hypothesis about customer trust influence purchase decision on Shopee. And actually, from the rejected hypothesis, the insight that could be get is that customer trust doesn't directly affect their purchase decision. Why? The first consideration here is that based on the previous interview result, most of the interviewees mentioned that they didn't directly not purchasing, but instead of that, they will look for other seller first. And also this insight is supported by the result of indirect effect test that indicated that trust actually affecting the purchase decision, but through the purchase intention as the mediating variable. Okay, so for the last chapter of implication, for the practical implication, the study can be used for generating a new idea regarding untrustworthy review and to understand more about customer behavior regarding the untrustworthy online review. And from the theoretical implication, the study has contributed to expand the knowledge and also insight about untrustworthy online review, considering that the numbers of research regarding this topic is very, very limited. Okay, so I think that's it from me, a little brief about my research. I'm really open for feedback and suggestion. Thank you so much.
Good day, everyone.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Wanli. Wanli was unable to join us due to some unavoidable reasons. If you have any questions regarding her presentation, you may leave them in the chat section. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter is Adam Alia Silmi, School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology, Bandung from Indonesia. His topic is the influence of discount, delivery fee, and cashback toward customer purchase decisions and loyalty in online food delivery service. You can see the abstract on your screens. Adam Alia will be presenting live. Adam, you may start.
Okay, thank you. Let me share my screen.
Sure, you're most welcome.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you. Good day, everyone. My name is Adam Alia Silmi, and I'm a student of School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology. Thank you for having me here in the International Conference on Business, Economic, Law, Language, and Psychology. In this occasion, I would like to present my research regarding the influence of discount, delivery fee, and cashback toward customer purchase decision and loyalty in online delivery service food industry. Without further ado, let's start with the first part. Here are some topics that we'll be discussing in chapter 1. So in April 2015, Gojek became the pioneer of online food delivery service in Indonesia by launching GoFood due to the high demand of customer needs. The success story of GoFood was then followed by Grab and Shopee by launching their own online food delivery service in 2016 and 2020 called GrabFood and Shopee Food. As one of the ways to attract new users, online food delivery companies offer various types of sales promotions, including but not limited to price discount, free delivery fees, and cashback. As you can see on the slide, there are some examples of this promotion, and those kind of strategies can be considered as burning money strategy, which is actually proven to be effectively increase the number of online food delivery service users. Unfortunately, companies cannot always maintain those strategies because at the end of the day, investors demand the online food delivery company to be profitable. As a result, online food delivery companies start to reduce their promotion value and add some extra fees to food orders. This issue become a problem for online food delivery consumer as they rely to the sales promotion to purchase food in most of the time. Therefore, the main problem here is that a customer or consumer are not loyal to one company as they always search for the most affordable one. So, is it true that sales promotion affect customer loyalty? Is it only my assumption? Do the current circumstances change customer loyalty? We will find out the fact regarding this issue in this study. I also did a preliminary research which revealed that only 12% of the respondents answered that discounts are not giving an impact on purchase decision, meaning that only 12% of the respondents are considered loyal. The graph on the left side also supports the statement since there are only 6 out of 42 respondents that use only one online food delivery service platform. Previously, there are some research related to promotion and loyalty, but it was conducted in the fintech and ride-hailing industry, also only covers certain series in Indonesia. Therefore, with the two research questions as follows, this research aims to evaluate the influence of discount, delivery fee, and cashback on customer loyalty in the service industry. Also to assess the relationship between brand trust, purchase intention, and purchase decision toward customer loyalty in the UFD industry. Finally, this research was conducted within the timeframe of September 2022 to June 2023 in Indonesia and target Indonesian online food delivery service user as the respondent. Let's move to the second chapter, which will cover the research hypothesis development and the conceptual framework. So here are the research variables, which has 7 variables as follows, starting from discount to loyalty. And then the variable then combined to become a conceptual framework as shown in this slide. Discount, delivery fee, and cashback become the independent variable, while loyalty become the dependent one. Brand trust, purchase intention, and purchase decision are the mediating variable of this research. So the relationship between each variable is coming from several previous research as shown on the bottom of the slide. The path in previous slide from 9 hypotheses as follow, from hypothesis 1A to hypothesis 5C. The next chapter, we will be discussing the methodology of this research. In collecting the data, this research utilized a quantitative research approach, which is an online questionnaire, multiple choice using 5 points Likert scale with Google Form as the platform. This research was then also conducted using a proposal sampling technique, targeting at least 200 respondents coming from Indonesian online food delivery service user. The data was then analyzed using descriptive statistic and PLSM in Smart PLS 4. Moving on to chapter 4, data analysis and discussion. So this research successfully obtained 2,886 respondents across Indonesia. The majority of the respondents are university students aged 19 years old and currently living in Java Island. Moving on to the next one. The first graph highlighted that many online food delivery service users use more than one OFD application. Even the majority of the respondents has 3 applications, namely GoFood, GrabFood, and Shopee Food. The phenomenon showed that online food delivery service users are not loyal to one company. The most used online food delivery platform here become GoFood, followed by Shopee Food and GrabFood. Next is the respondent behavior in ordering food using OFD. Many respondents ordered 1 to 2 times per week, spending 140 rupiah per week in average, 10K as the minimum, and 1.5 million become the maximum value per week per user. Moving on to the PLSM analysis. Several tests were conducted using Smart PLS 4. The first thing I want to highlight here is the reliability test, where both indicator reliability and internal consistency reliability test shows that all of the indicators and all variables of this research are reliable. The same goes for the validity test, where convergent validity and discriminant validity tests reveal that all of the variables here in this research are valid, since the AVE value of each variable exceeding 0.5. Next, there's no multicollinearity issue on this research, meaning that we don't have to evaluate or eliminate or combine some variables. I also use goodness of fit, hypothesis testing, F-square effect size, and indirect and total effect. Eventually, I utilize a mediation analysis to test whether or not a brand trust, purchase intention, and purchase decision are mediating variable. Turns out that these 3 variables pass the test. Therefore, brand trust, purchase intention, and purchase decision are considered as mediating variable here. This is the PLSM diagram where we can see the relationship between each variable and its indicators. Now here, using the bootstrapping in Smart PLS, we can see that the t-statistic and p-value of each structural path, which then determine whether a hypothesis will be accepted or not. And then after conducting the test, it is found that all the hypotheses are accepted as they met the minimum requirement of the statistic value, which must exceed 1.96. Here are some key takeaways from this research. The more discount, cashback, and delivery fee voucher given by the OFD company, the more brand trust gained by them. The more trust gained by the OFD company, the higher customer intention to buy food using OFD service. Customer purchase decision to buy food using OFD platform is likely to increase as the purchase intention arise. Then customer purchase decision to purchase food using OFD platforms contributes to increase their loyalty level to the company. The more discount, cashback, and delivery fee voucher given, the more loyal they are to an OFD company. So basically, with the respondent characteristic, as I mentioned earlier, this research proved that discount, delivery fee, and cashback are having a huge influence on customer loyalty on the delivery service industry. Now we've come to the last part of this presentation. I will be answering to the research question as the conclusion of this research for RQ1. This study found that discount, delivery fee, and cashback directly influence customer loyalty in the OFD service industry, whereas for RQ2, brand trust, purchase intention, and purchase decision act as a mediator, meaning that mediating variable play an important role in influencing customer loyalty. Last but not least, the recommendation. Based on the study of this research, I have two recommendations that could be implemented by OFD companies. The first one is personalized offers. So instead of giving sales promotion to anyone at any time with the same forms, I believe that online food delivery companies should limit the amount of the sales promotion. Loyalty-based offer, occasion-based offer, and re-engagement offer are the example of the solution. Other than trying to reduce the promotion time to time, I also came up with a solution that could be beneficial for a customer and online food delivery service itself, namely affiliate program. The scheme of this program can be seen on the slide, where customer can share the affiliate link on their social media, then their audience can click the link, made an actual purchase, ending with customer who shared the link got commission from that order. This strategy could lead the OFD companies to become more profitable and then more sustainable. And that brings us to the end of this presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Adam Alia. Applicants, if you have any questions, please leave them in the chat section. Thank you again, Adam. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter is Aurel Fidelia, Faculty of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology from Bandung from Indonesia. Her topic is analyzing intention to adopt e-commerce subscription model using unified theory of acceptance and use of technology, a case study of Plus by Tokopedia. You can see the abstract on your screen. Moving ahead with the presentation.
Good day, everyone. My name is Aurel Fidelia, and I'm from Bandung Institute of Technology. And today I'm going to present my journal with the title of Analyzing Intention to Adopt E-commerce Subscription Model Using Unified Theory of Acceptance and Use of Technology to a case study of Plus by Tokopedia. To make sure that we are on the same page, it's better for us to look at the e-commerce data, and looking at Indonesia context, we can see how e-commerce in Indonesia get the revenue of $62 billion in 2022, and it drives by 40 factors, which are internet penetration rate that achieves 73% of the total population, whereas 88% of them are already utilizing e-commerce. And also COVID-19 pandemic has already shifted shopping behavior to online shopping, which supported by the widening number of SMEs. And storyline-wise, at first in Indonesia, e-commerce companies are compelled to attract users, and how they attract it is actually giving them a lot of promotions, or this is what we call it as the burning money period, which in the States, users become promo-driven. And however, in 2022, most of e-commerce companies in Indonesia are seeking for profitable initiatives. And this is when Tokopedia launched Tokopedia Plus as the first e-commerce subscription in Indonesia. And these are the Tokopedia profitable strategies over 2022 until now. And Tokopedia itself is priced at 150k rupees for 6 months and still whitelisted only for Java and Tuesday users only with this mentioned benefit. And understanding that Tokopedia Plus is the first e-commerce subscription in Indonesia, here's common questions. Is the Indonesia already familiar with the concept of subscription or not? Well, based on the findings, I found out that Indonesia are already closely associated with 3 categories of subscription model, which are newsletter, magazine, telecommunication, and over-the-top services. However, the most relatable with Plus model is OTT services. So here are the OTT services that are available in Indonesia, but we only solely focus on Netflix, which have the same concept with Plus, which if the subscriber wish to use the services, they need to purchase it first. However, by looking at the penetration to ID internet population, it still have below 5%, which indicates the unreadiness market to pursue subscription model in Indonesia. But is it? Let's delve deeper into the business issues. I found out the majority of users still sell or buy features that they do not use in social media, and they perceive it as a normal thing. And I also found out 43% of negative sentiments after 3 weeks of Plus launch in Indonesia. And it can worsen to 93% negative sentiment because of the bad experience using Plus and also the policy changes within the app. However, we can conclude that there are still many issues related to adoption of Plus, and that's why it's going to be analyzed using Utautu. And after all, the objective of the study is to analyze the intention to adopt Tokopedia Plus and using Utautu. However, there are certain limitations that should be noted during this research, which are the sample requirement, timeline, and also the total sample. And now we are moving to the theory of Utautu. So according to Utautu, individual's intention to use technology is determined by 7 independent variables, including performance expectancy, effort expectancy, social influence, facilitating condition, hedonic motivation, price value, habit, and also the moderating variables by age, gender, experience. But to match with the study, we are going to removing the habit and also the moderating variables. Why? Because we need to acknowledge that Tokopedia Plus is being newly introduced, thus including habits is unrelatable with the study. And also excluding moderator variables because of the previous study has stated that it will be reducing the resultant values, and also the researchers want to know the intention without any interference by moderator variables. So considering that, here are the constructed model, and by having this model, it gains to 7 hypotheses, which all of the hypotheses are presented on the slide. And to gain a valuable insight, we are going to gain the data from the Tokopedia users that subscribe to Tokopedia Plus and living in Java. And keep in mind that the survey aims to get the minimum size of the 30. And for the so far method, we are going to use the online survey by targeting the appropriate audience, as I already mentioned earlier, and going to use through primary method, which are descriptive statistic and also PALSAM using Sparkle as for the data analysis. So after and so for the PALSAM task, we will be using 9 measurement tasks. And to be clarified, what kind of questionnaire that we are spreading out to the target sample. Here, we are going to divide it to be 3 parts, which are socio-demographic and behavior for screening, and also operational variables, which each of the questions is obtained from the previous research because it follows the Utautu models and follow all of the indicators that already proven as a valid and also reliables, and also new insights and trend to gain the insights and also the trend that happens in Indonesia for us to formulate the recommendation. And after all of the data being obtained, the study reached 473 participants, which 47% of them are present to be the next stage. And seeing that this number already meet the minimum requirement sample size, we can conclude that it already have the robust data set. And all of the data finding shows how most of Tokopedia are the mature users because of they already using the application for 3 until 4 years. And also it dominated by a woman ranging from 19 to 25 years old. And also they revealed that after using Plus, they purchase frequency are rose, and also they mentions how the most appealing benefit are the faster shipping time and free shipping vouchers, and also they demanded for more in-app promotions and personalized benefit. And they also revealed how empathy and humor appeal are the most lasting impression for ads. And moving on to the data analysis, in descriptive analysis, I solely focus on the mean, which will give the typical numerical data and will give insights for the summary and also the comparison between the typical number and also the individual numerical data set. And also for the standard deviation, it will give insight to remove the outlier data. And next up is PALSAM analysis, which started with the indicator reliability test, which for exploratory study, the outer loading for each indicator should be 0.4 or greater. And this result shows that all of the variables are reliable because already meeting the requirement. And next up is internal consistency test, where we look at composite reliability number for each variable should be 0.7 or higher, and the result shows that all of the variables are already meeting the requirement. Next up is configure reliability, which the study shows that all the variables are valid because already meeting the requirement. And next up is a divergent validity test, which in the study also revealed that all variables are considered valid because of meeting the requirement, and all of the data is having no multicollinearity issues, which we can conclude that this data is reliable and valid. And also by conducting structural path significance, we can see that two paths coefficient are not significant, which are performance expectancy towards behavioral intention and social influence towards behavioral intention. And these are the visualization for structural path significance by having bootstrapping calculation. Next up is coefficient determination and stone glacier, which we can conclude that this model have predictive powers since the Q-squared are having the positive values, which we can also conclude that this model is better than random guessing. And also in goodness of fit, it's verified that this data is reliable and valid. And also in F-squared effect size, it give us the insight of the relationship between the independent and also independent variables. And next up is hypothesis testing, which we can say that hypothesis 1, performance expectancy towards behavioral intention, are being rejected, and it finally shows how they agreed that the coupé labels are useful tools for online shopping, but it does not reduce significantly their considering time when it comes to checkout process. And hypothesis 3, which are the social influence towards behavioral intention, also be rejected, which this finding shows how they agreed most of the press already using Tokopedia Plus, but their decision to subscribe to Tokopedia Plus is not influenced by someone they look up to. And next up is which the last data analysis is mediation test, which by having a 3-step of stages, we can conclude that behavioral intention has the partial mediation effects. And by having all of the data, we can came up to recommendations with Tokopedia Plus can enhance afford expectancy by leveraging the digital presence, can also emphasize price value by creating a personalized subscription package that offer additional value to subscriber. Also can leverage the hedonic motivation by emphasize the delight, enjoyment, and personalized features of Tokopedia Plus. Enhance the building condition by having a streamline the subscription processes, and also continuously evaluate and optimize by collect the user feedback and conduct usability testing. And by following all of these recommendations, I believe that it can increase Tokopedia Plus subscription model adoption rate. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation, Aurel. Would you like to add something more?
No, thank you. That's all from me. Thank you, Neha.
Thank you so much. Applicants, if you have any questions regarding her presentation, please leave them in the chat section. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter is Raisa Rashida Putri Satyavan, School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology, Bandung from Indonesia. Her topic is factors influencing intention to use Islamic banking. You can see the abstract on your screens. moving ahead with her presentation.
Hello everyone, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Raisa Rasida Putustiawan. I would like to present my paper titled Factors Influencing Intention to Use Islamic Banking. So here is the list of content including introduction, literature review, methodology, result analysis, and conclusion. So for the background, it is related with the population of Indonesia that majority of them are Muslim, which is 87.2%. And according to World Population Review in 2023, Indonesia becoming one of the largest country with the Muslim population. Therefore, it is the urge to Indonesia to implement the fiqh muamalah or Sharia principle in the banking system. Therefore, in 1992, Majelis Ulama Indonesia established the first Islamic banking, namely Bank Muamalah, and marking the 30 years of Islamic banking in Indonesia. And now, total Islamic banking of Indonesia are 33 banking. It is also aligned with the program of Bank Indonesia, namely halal value chain that expected the growth of several aspects on those basis on the industry. One of them, the Islamic banking industry, in order to regain the national economic after the pandemic. Therefore, it is aligned to the problem statement, which the opportunity of halal value chain program in Indonesia that has potential large market, strengthen the expectation of Kartika Wijatmojo, who is the Vice Minister of Badan Usaha Milik Negara, that expected the market share value of Islamic banking in Indonesia to be grow to 10 until 20% in 2023. However, until now, the market share value of Islamic banking only 6.41% in 2021. And only 7% in 2022. Therefore, there is still a gap between the expected and the current market share value that need to be analyzed by analyzing the intention to use Islamic banking. So here are the research questions that need to be answered on this research. The first one is, what is Bandung citizen level of Islamic financial literacy, and how is the impact and relationship of each factors toward the intention in using Islamic banking? So for the scope and limitation, the study will be conducted focusing on the Bandung area, starting the age of 17, and the data will be collected within April until May 2023. So moving on to the literature review, here are the framework model that will be used in this research. The basis framework are from Theory of Plan Behavior from Ajsen 1991, that analyzing the actual behavior of someone from the antecedent of attitude, subjective norms, and perceived behavioral control mediated by the intention. However, in this research, it will be more focused on the intention itself. Therefore, it will use the modified framework from Al-Baiti that analyzing the intention from several factors mediated by the attitude. And the variable that will be used on this research are subjective norms, perceived behavioral control, Islamic financial literacy, and also perceived usefulness and the attitude as the mediating variable. From those variable, it comes up to the conceptual framework, including the independent variable, which are the Islamic financial literacy, perceived usefulness, subjective norms, and perceived behavioral control, to the relation of attitude as the mediating, and also influencing the intention as the independent variable. So here are the 13 hypotheses developed to be answered and tested in this research. Moving on to the methodology that will be used to answer all those research questions and testing all the hypotheses. Here are the research design. The first one is identify the problem by understanding the symptoms and also analyzing the situation to find the real problem. After knowing the real problem, we gather the data related with the problem in the literature review and also develop the conceptual framework that need to be tested on the data collection method. However, before moving on to the data collection method, it is also has to prepare the data collection in the research approach. In this step, it is preparing the population who in this research are the Bandung citizen, and also the number of sample which are 348 respondents, and also the technique that will be used are the quantitative method And after the data collection prepared, we're moving on to the collecting data in the data collection method using the Google Forms, and will be spread through media social such as Twitter, Instagram, and also email. And after the data collected, the data will be analyzed and interpreted. On the result and discussion step, the data will be analyzed using the descriptive statistic and also PLSM using SPAT-PLS 4.0 application. And after the data interpret, the data will be concluded on the conclusion step, and will answering all the research questions. So here are the result analysis step. So here is the respondent profile of the research. The majority of them are male, and most of the last educational level are bachelor degree, and their occupation, most of them are student, and the majority are also the Islamic banking user with this monthly expense and this range of age. So after we collect the data analyzed using the descriptive statistic to having the data regarding the level of Islamic financial literacy in Bandung. The result are 73.28% of the answer are correct, which in each indicators the correct answer are also higher than 50%, meaning that the majority of respondents are also having the basic knowledge and understanding regarding the Islamic financial literacy, since the majority of the respondent also the user of Islamic banking, therefore they are familiar with the terms and also having the basic knowledge regarding the Islamic financial literacy. And before we test the hypothesis, we should ensure that the data has the good quality, and then we have to analyze the reliability, validity, and collinearity. For the reliability, the result of composite reliability and crown batch alpha of each variable are above 0.7, meaning that all the variables are reliable. And also for the validity, the indicator are assessed, and the auto-loading also higher than 0.5, and also the AVE result also above 0.5, meaning all the variable and indicators are also valid. And the result of variance inflation factors also below 5, meaning that there is no multi-collinearity issue in each indicators. After we ensure that the data are good enough, we should ensure that the model also has the good quality in predicting the dependent variable in assessing the Q square and also R square. And for the model of independent variable, R can predict the attitude and also intention well, since the Q square of each attitude and intention are above 0, meaning that the model can predict well. And also the model of independent variable can predict well the attitude for 68%, and the model of independent can also predict the intention for 76%. After knowing that the model can predict well the independent variable, we assess the hypothesis using the t-test, and the result of hypothesis 1 until hypothesis 9 are accepted. Exclude the hypothesis 5 as shown on this figure, that the relationship of Islamic financial literacy to attitude towards having the red line, meaning that the hypotheses are rejected since there is no significant influence. And it is also aligned with the result of F square, that the effect of Islamic financial literacy has no effect to attitude, since the result of F square is also 0, and the rest of independent variable to the attitude and also intention has the effect low to medium effect. And for the hypothesis 13 and also hypothesis 10 to the 13, since it is having the mediating variable, therefore it should pass the 3-step of Hartono and Abdillah theory. And from the result, all the relationship of the hypothesis 10 until 13 are accepted. So moving to the conclusion step, it can be concluded that the level of Islamic financial literacy of Bandung citizen is 73.28%, and according to the Otoritas Jasa Keuangan level of financial literacy, it concludes sufficient literate, since the majority of respondents having the basic knowledge of the in Islamic financial literacy, and also the majority of them also the user of Islamic banking, meanings that they not only understand but also implement it on their daily life. And for the relationship of each factors of the independent variable are having the positive relationship to the intention as the dependent variable. Therefore, this research recommend for the Islamic banking industry to be more focused on the program to the factors that has the highest effect towards the intention, since most of the since all of the independent variable having the effect. Therefore, it can be better to for the Islamic banking to be more focused on the highest effect, which are the attitude and also the subjective norms. By having the program of marketing program, and also for the subjective norms, it can be the Islamic banking industry can implement the program of referral code or maybe the family package. Therefore, every family can having the Islamic banking as their banking product. And for future research, it can enlarge the scope of another population and also can gather the range of age which can be vary from this research. And maybe that's all from me. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Raisa. Thank you so much for the presentation. Would you like to add something more? Applicants, if you have any questions regarding her presentation, please leave them in the chat section. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter is Dia Syafira Yuvitri, School of Business Management, Bandung Institute of Technology, Bandung from Indonesia. Her topic is evaluation of the effectiveness of Magang Merdeka program, a case study of undergraduate management student of SBM Limited. You can see the abstract on your screen. Moving ahead with the presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dia Syafira Yuvitri, and at this opportunity, I will present the result of my research entitled Evaluate the Effectiveness of Magang Merdeka or Independent Internship Program, a case study of SBM ITB undergraduate management students. Education at this time is affected by rapid changes and increasing industrial demand for new workers, especially students. The industrial world currently has higher standards regarding competencies that students must have and also according to their expertise in completing work. These competencies require students to be able to adapt to industry demand when entering the world of work. In response to this, the Ministry of Education and Culture of Republic of Indonesia launched the Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka or Independent Learning Program with the aim of providing training to students so they are able to face social, cultural, world of works, and rapid technological advances. Independent internship is part of independent learning, which was launched by Ministry of Education to provide students in implementing the knowledge they have acquired at the college into professional world. The implementation of the Merdeka internship has generated extraordinary enthusiasm from students. Students have expectation that through this internship, they can improve their competencies and skills to be able to face challenges of industry and the world of work. Therefore, it is necessary to conduct research whether the participation in the Merdeka internship program provide greater benefits for students, especially increasing skills and competency, so that without participating in this internship, students will not get ability as if took an internship. From the problem that underlying this research are the increasing demands of the industry for the skills and competencies that students must have when entering the world of work, coupled with the many jobs that have been replaced by technology. The second one is the enthusiasm of Indonesian students, especially SBM ITB management students, to take part in the Magang Merdeka activities in the hope of proving skills and increasing opportunities to enter the world of work. The aim of this research is to find out effectiveness of Magang Merdeka implementation in providing skills improvement during the internship program. The objective number 2 is to identify significant difference between the skills of Magang Merdeka participants and non-participants. And the last one is to analyze the opportunity for improvement that can be done to meet the needs of participants when in participating in the skills of in the participants compared to non-participants. From the first theory is about independent internship program. Magang Merdeka or independent internship is an activity of doing work on a contract basis at a company or startup that is an MBKM partner with the aims that students can implement their abilities through a project provided at the company where they take internship. The implementation of this internship program is said to be quite effective because it allows students to take part in an internship for a maximum 2 semesters, which provides sufficient experience for students through direct learning in the workplace or in experiential learning. During the internship, students will acquire hard skills such as complex problem solving, analytical skills, etc., as well as soft skills such as professional or work ethic, communication, cooperation, and others. From the effectiveness internship theory, there are several theories regarding effectiveness of internship that put forward by researchers. And for the internship effectiveness indicator, to evaluate the effectiveness of the internship program, several constructs for assessing achievement indicator and objective of implementing internship are formulated such as career skill and career focus. From the career skills, are the results of professional knowledge, output obtained, and also experience when participating in internship. While career focus is the person's ability to set a focus on his career that is in accordance with the abilities and capabilities possessed. Career skills have a dimension, namely academic skills, communication skills, interpersonal skills, and job acquisition skills, while the career focus has the dimension, namely personal recognition of personal values, work-related outcomes, vocational abilities, and job satisfactions. In the conceptual framework, the independent variable are career skills and career focus, where this conceptual framework will become the basis for testing to be carried out to compare skills between independent internship and non-independent internship participants. And the following is a hypothesis derived from the conceptual framework. From the research methodology, this research used a quantitative approach through a questionnaire survey. The population used was the SBM-ITB undergraduate management students class of 2023, which consists of 180 students. The sampling technique was carried out using stratified random sampling by first dropping of the population, so that the sample used was 138 students. The samples is divided into 77 non-MBKM students and 61 MBKM students, and to analyze the data, it used inferential statistical analysis with the stage of pre-request test and hypothesis test. From the result and discussion, based on normality test result, the significance result for each sample group were greater than 0.05, with the significant value 0.142 for the non-MBKM participant and 0.203 significant value for the MBKM participant group. So that based on the Kolmogorov-Smirnov theory, from the two data that are normally distributed. From the homogeneity test, based on the result of the homogeneity test, the significant result was obtained of 0.184. And according to Sahir Raharjo, if the data has significant value greater than 0.05, then it is said the data is homogeneous. Based on the result of this study, the result obtained for each significant were less than 0.05, and also the t-count value was greater than 0.05, so that it can be concluded that hypothesis 1 is proven and there is a significant difference between hypotheses. The result obtained based on each dimension shows that there are differences in the skills of students who participate in MBKM activities and those who don't. From the overall result obtained from the calculation, it can be seen that there are significant difference in career skills and career focus between students who take part in MBKM and non-MBKM. Each of dimension test has difference between the sample group. From the conclusion, the purpose of this study was to determine the level of effectiveness of the Magang Merdeka program as a forum for improving student skills. To find out whether the activity had a positive impact on skills, a test was carried out on difference in skills between SBM ITB management students who took part in internship and those who didn't. When carrying out the test, operations are carried out using SPSS 27 software, which tests each dimension. The result obtained from each dimension are significant value less than 0.05, so it can be concluded that there is a significant difference between skills of students who take part in MBKM and those who don't take part in MBKM. From this research, it can be seen that Magang Merdeka can be a place for students to improve their skills through experiential learning, namely direct work practice in related company. The MBKM program also plays a role in improving student career skills and career focus in preparing to enter the world of work, so that this program must be maintained, especially for SBM ITB students. And from the recommendation, this is two recommendation to SBM ITB as a legislation education and to KMMITB as a student organization. From SBM ITB, the MPWKM program is a program that must maintain and designed to participate because has an impact on increasing student skills. SBM ITB also must provide some programs to guiding students' career goals before entering the world of work. And then from the KMMITB, as a student organization, must provide various internship information to improve skills, followed by adding explanation of skills that require for each job vacancy. Maybe that's all from me. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dia Shafira. Would you like to add something more? All right. Applicants, if you have any questions, please leave them in the chat section. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter is Zahra Putri Andrew Subekti, School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology, Bandung from Indonesia. Her topic is Financial Feasibility Study of Environmental Laboratory Establishment Plan at Foundation XYZ. You can see the abstract on your screens. Zahra was unable to attend today. If you have any questions regarding her abstract, you may leave them in the chat section. Moving ahead, our next presenter is Frederick Augustine Budhi Harja, School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology from Bandung, Indonesia. His topic is Understanding Factors Influencing Purchase Intention of Quick Commerce After Pandemic in Indonesia, a mixed method approach. You can see the abstract on your screens. Frederick will be presenting live. Frederick, you may start.
Hi there. Hi, Neha. Thanks for the time. So let me just begin with the presentation.
Sure.
Right. You guys can see my screen now.
Yes, we can.
Yep. So hi, everyone, all of the distinguished guests. I hope each and every one of you are doing great. Let me introduce myself. My name is Frederick Agustin Budiharja. I'm from Bandung Institute of Technology, a student of management major. So let's hop on to the research, understanding factors influencing purchase intention of quick commerce after pandemic in Indonesia, a mixed method approach. Without further ado, let us begin more about this research. So starting with introduction, yes, indeed, quick commerce have seen a tremendous growth across markets, yet with a very interesting dynamics that happen in a relatively short period of time. The word of quick commerce first caught my attention last year as a tech employee forums discussed about it and what was the challenges back then. However, let's wind back to see how impactful the pandemic actually plays a role in quick commerce. So generally, e-commerce have seen an amazingly 70% increase over 3 years only. As at the same time, we faced the pandemic when mobility were limited and contactless process being preferred. More on the quick commerce, it was started in the US and European markets, which eventually followed by Indonesian market gaining popularity during the pandemic. Quick commerce might seem similar with conventional e-commerce, yet its attributes really distinguish it from other grocery shopping alternatives. It can be highlighted that initially, quick commerce rely on the familiarity of online order with minutes to hours rapid last mile delivery and utilizes small stores around densely populated urban areas, targeting 1 to 2 people per household. They are sensitive to time and speed. There are three types of quick commerce operating in Indonesia. One basically with their own warehouses. Second one is partnering with other merchants, namely like mini market or supermarkets. Or the third type, which is the hybrid, the combination of both. Quick commerce is characterized by its fast delivery, location in urban areas with dark stores or hub to reach their customers in a fast manner. So before 2020, several players, namely GoMart, now part of the GoTo Holdings, and Happy Fresh did exist. But only later in 2020, the trend for quick commerce started to pick up in Indonesia, and Tokopedia now, along with GrabMart, was born. In the very following year, newcomers from startups like Bananas, Astro, Drop Easy, and Alofresh joined into the market with a tremendous funding behind them. However, in 2022, there are news circulating on how the newcomers and incumbent players struggle to survive with ceased operations and shutdowns happening. This does not happen in a vacuum, as US, European, and Australian market face similar problems in quick commerce. Now let's take a look from literature point of view as academic research about quick commerce after pandemic in Indonesia from customers' perspective, to be specific, are yet to be prominent. Yes, it was found that there are several studies around quick commerce in Hong Kong, South Asia, and Europe with different focus on factors emerging technological development to the business operationals. It can be defined that quick commerce is an elevated form of e-commerce that combines the benefits of conventional e-commerce with emphasis on last mile delivery, making it possible for fast. So the theory being the structure of this research is the theory of reason action by Isaac Eisen and Martin Fishbein, developed back in 1975, now being continuously used grand theory in understanding behavior. But moreover, the use of theory planned behavior, the development of previous theory, by adding perceived behavior control that considers sense of control before actually having the intention to do an action. Based on previous literature, it was suggested that there are three main variables that are consistently being brought up across geographical market conditions. Speed, being the key offerings of quick commerce, price, including product itself, and the delivery or any other occurring fees, basically. And lastly, the convenience, being the ability to order things from the comfort of their own place. Now let's take a look at the conceptual framework of this research, adapting both the theory of reason action and theory of planned behavior. Method-wise, both approaches were done as qualitative obtain the breadth and quantitative to gain depth of the understanding specifically on the issue. So it started from preliminary research, continued to problem identification, and so on. Now we can see the final results to the conclusion and recommendation. In qualitative approach, a target of those in 18 to 45 years old residing in urban cities will be retrieved through purposive sampling and semi-structured interview, allowing follow-up questions and discovery on insights to go beyond. Later, we'll analyze through coding process and triangulations of data sources with interview insights with ethnography and literature reviews. While for quantitative, still target the same sample with purposive sampling as well to do online questionnaire and later analyze in SIM-PLS method using Smart PLS. So in the next chapter, it was unveiled that new variables emerged from qualitative process and later tested statistically. So here are the attribute or association of answers derived from the interview process conducted with that interviewees, both who have used and have never used quick commerce. So they tend to shop around 1 until 2 weeks with considerations on price, speed, or store distance. To the future trends on keeping using online shopping way while not denying the surge of online shopping comebacks. The triangulation was done by assessing same issues with 3 data points, namely the interview itself, ethnography, and the literature review. So from the process, behavioral control, which ultimately will influence the intention, as we can see here. All right, more onto the results. So quantitatively, it was later analyzed that each indicators of each variables are indeed valid and each variables are deemed to be reliable with the hypothesis testing as we can all together see on the screen. Now, in the last part, The results are further analyzed and compared. It was found that factors influencing intention to use quick commerce before and after the pandemic are different. The hypotheses from original theory are accepted, such as attention, subjective norm, and perceived behavioral control to the intention itself. While convenience and delivery distance as control beliefs positively affects perceived behavioral control, which ultimately will influence the intention as well. While it was found that factors that do not positively perceive behavioral control, such as speed, price, as it is expectedly higher than any other platforms, expected product quality, as they count in the risk of not having the best quality or meeting their preference, as they don't get the chance to pick and choose physically the products they wanted. An offline shopping experience, as it counterweighs the needs to use of quick commerce in times where mobility is not limited anymore. Now, the recommendations for quick commerce players themselves are first to fully understand how intention build up from the customer's perspective, which after identified can manage their own way to influence the customer from certain aspects. Moreover, acknowledging changes that are happening and having agile response to it. If necessary, it is to reshape the business model and being efficient in resources, as the reliance on last mile delivery is not cheap at all. Analyzing substitute services not amongst quick commerce only and determining the point of parity and point of differences amongst substitutes. Next, offering sustainable advantage, as competitive pricing are not deemed sustainable to the growth and survival, as many newcomers offer tremendous discounts at first, but we cannot see them surviving now. And later, continuously listen to the voice of customers to prevent challenges and able to address it earlier. So that is all from my research. Once again, thank you for having the opportunity and have a good one, everyone.
Thank you so much, Frederick. Applicants, if you have any questions regarding Frederick's presentation, please leave them in the chat section. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter is Ahul Nath Koti Atil Rajiv, Department of Business Administration, Turiba University, Riga, Latvia. His topic is the transformative power of small and medium creative enterprises, a comprehensive study on economic contributions, employment, and future trends in the EU. You can see the abstract on your screens. Ahul Nath will be presenting live. Ahul, you may start.
Yeah, thank you, Neha. I'll quickly share my screen.
Yes, please.
Hello, everybody. So my PhD is in process management, and the topic of discussion for today is the transformative power of small and medium creative enterprises, a comprehensive study on economic contributions, employment, and future trends within the EU. My name is Ahul Nath, and I am pursuing my PhD at Turiba University in Riga, Latvia. So moving forward, so introduction, as we all know, creativity is and the need of creativity is on the rise as we progress more in modern world and how we do things. The need of creativity and the need of creative selling power is on the rise, as we all know, and as our colleagues have discussed in today's other presentations. Small medium enterprises are often the drivers of economic growth, and the creative industry is also changing very dynamically. So this study, I go in depth of creative SMEs and how they contribute to the economy with the EU economy. So the creative industry, an industry that turns human creativity into wealth and profit. So it is more of intellectual property that is being turned into wealth and profit. It is seen as a very knowledge-centered process or a knowledge-centered activity. So which includes artists, service-oriented people, and working within industrial sectors. And the output cannot be most of the time tangible. So we cannot really put it on a scale and measure the outcome as being less creative or more creative. These creative entities and these creative capital cannot oftentimes be managed like conventional entities, as the creative capital is very unique to standard practices. And creative SMEs most of the time caters to bigger organizations. So a smaller advertisement company catering to a bigger organization. So this is very common practice these days. So the research context was to analyze the contribution of creative SMEs to the EU economy. The employment, value creation, and the contribution to the GDP is also included in the scope. Both conventional and neo or new creative enterprises were included for the study. The research question is, how does small and medium creative industries contribute to the GDP and to the growth of a nation's economy? The methodology adopted was document analysis, qualitative and quantitative research methods such as statistical data processing, analysis and synthesis. Comparison methods were used to synthesize the collected data. So the result is that the SMEs within the creative space are forerunners of an emerging digital economy. So, and creative SMEs demonstrate new forms of employment, revolutionary new business models, and exhibit innovative networking and cooperating ideas. So indicators to identify contributions of creative SMEs to an economy. So first, it would be the financial indicators, and then financial indicators wouldn't need much of explanation. And then comes the human resource, how much of people are employed within this sector, which is very important. So how many jobs does this generate? Markets and customers, so domestic markets and as well as foreign markets. So the creative industries within the EU, so I've broadly divided them into two, conventional and neo. So conventional are primarily the books and press, cultural activities, libraries, and all of that. And neo creative enterprises are software, game development, digital content creation, film and video, modern forms of advertising. So the creative industry within the EU. So this is a rough breakdown of how many SMEs are registered and working within the EU, and the highest number being in Italy, and cascading down to Luxembourg as the least number of creative enterprises. Contribution of creative industries to EU economy. So you can see that the conventional creative enterprises such as books and press are still contributing more, and software and game catching up as times are moving on. And most people are employed within books and press, so we can understand that it is a labor intensive area. When it comes to modern creative enterprises, we can see that there is less number of people required to turn over more. So the challenges that I've identified through my study of creative SMEs within the EU is that the change in skill. So addressing the change in skill. So I mean, as the creative industries are always chasing the new, whatever is used to today wouldn't be of use tomorrow. So addressing this change in skill needed. Improving access to finance. So the financial help is always a thing, and improving the access to such help and enlarging the marketplace instead of this creatives flown in. There should be homemade creatives and creative enterprises to cater to the domestic needs, and expanding to international markets, which is a thing for any industry, but for creative enterprises, it is more crucial, and reinforcing a multidisciplinary environment. Conclusion, creativity and creative jobs are very prominent to the EU economy. Conventional creative enterprises are still the biggest employer. Creative enterprises are the drivers of change. Creative SMEs generate a lot of value to the EU. And creative SMEs has a very positive climate for future growth. With that said, I conclude, and I am open for questions if there are any.
Thank you so much, Ahul, for your presentation. Applicants, if you have any questions, please leave them in the chat section. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter is Peter Verivan, School of Business and Management, Bandung, Technology Institute of Bandung from Indonesia. His topic is the impact of the Russian-Ukraine war-related events on the Indonesian composite, energy and transportation and logistics indexes. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving on to his presentation.
Everyone, my name is Ibrahim Karis. I'm a PhD student.
Apologies, please give me a few moments.
Hello everyone, my name is Ibrahim Karis. Hello everyone, my name.
Apologies for the delay. I would request Peter to please share his presentation from his end. Okay. Peter is not with us right now. We are going to move ahead with the conference. Our next presenter is Michelle Angelique Tiffany Sarigan Tua, School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology from Bandung, Indonesia. Her topic is the impact of user-generated content on consumer certainty in higher education institutions' choices. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving on to her presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Michelle Angelique Tiffany Tarigantua. I am an international business student from School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology, Indonesia, with a double degree at ESX School of Management, Paris, France. I'll be presenting my paper titled The Impact of User-Generated Content on Consumer Certainty in Higher Education Institutions' Choices. This study is motivated with the core research question, what is the role of user-generated content on consumer certainty in their choice of higher education institutions? Supporting the study, preliminary studies are done from prior research on similar studies. Studies on user-generated content, higher education marketing, consumer certainty, and quality assurance. Quoting from 3 main prior studies, Bolin in 2021 mentions that the interactive or participatory web and refers to the ability for everyday media consumers to suddenly turn into producers through the uploading and distribution of self-produced media. And citing from Dobbs in 2018, UGC can be defined as digital media content generated by people outside of professional media institutions, often for no pay, which is made available to public. And lastly, citing from Su et al. In 2021, consumers often combine online with offline channels as a strategy to reduce risk, to support user-generated content marketing strategies in relation to consumer certainty. In conducting the study, a quantitative method through a 30-piece 5-point Likert scale questions on Google Forms is spread online and then analyzed with moderated regression analysis on SPSS with F-Hayes Process 4.2V data. The framework of the study is based on the hypothesis of which user-generated content has significant positive relationship with consumer certainty as the main assumption and expected result of the study. Therefore, it acts as the alternative hypothesis. Then, 2 more hypotheses are made to support and dig deeper the relationship of user-generated content in this environment, in which it assumes that first, the more standardized quality a university has, the more likely it diminishes the relationship between user-generated content and consumer certainty. And the second, the use of marketer-generated content, the more likely it strengthens the relationship between user-generated content and consumer certainty. With that, the survey is built upon the conceptual framework based on the 4 main variables into 4 sections, that is UGC, MGC, SQ, and CC. The result then resulted in a balanced proportion of male and female population, with a majority between the age of 19 to 22 years old, undergraduate students with 1 to 5 million rupiah monthly income. Prior to analyzing the data, a set of validity and reliability test is done, where it is considered to be a reliable study with Cronbach's alpha test on each set of questions, in which each of them are deemed reliable due to its Cronbach's alpha value that is above 0.7. The study is also considered as valid as the majority of sets of items show significance at the 0.05 level. That is the level set as the measure of validity of the study, which indicates that there is a relationship between the items. After the study is deemed as valid and reliable, a factor analysis is done prior to conducting the moderated regression analysis to ensure factors and variables are categorized correctly. According to the hypothesis, there are 3 variables that affect the dependent variable, that is consumer certainty. However, from the initial factor analysis of all independent variables, it is found that from the set of questions, there are 5 factors acting as the independent variable. There are 5 factors identified with the eigenvalue above 1, as opposed to the initial assumption of 3 factors, that is UGC, MGC, and SQ. However, it can be noted that the inflection point of the scree plot occurs at factor 4. Therefore, factor 5 can be eliminated further in the study. From the pattern matrix, the 5 factors are composed of the items that can be seen inside the box. Then, to dig deeper into the underlying factors and further defining factor scores, that is to be used as the variables in the regression analysis and further analysis, factor analysis of each sections are done. Using the principal axis factoring, suppressing values below 0.4, we can see that factor loadings of UGC2 are too small. Therefore, the value is not shown, hence UGC2 can be disregarded. After the elimination of UGC2, the factor matrix results to only 1 factor. Then, this is named and saved as new variable FAUGC. On the other hand, in the section MGC, from the initial result of factor matrix, there are two factors identified. It can also be seen that MGC1 and MGC8 has cross loadings, allowing MGC1 and MGC8 to be eliminated. However, the prior analysis of reliability test, which is seen previously, shows that MGC8 to be a vital item to the set. Therefore, it is not eliminated, and instead, we eliminated MGC1, and therefore the elimination of MGC1 results to only one factor. Meanwhile, sections SQ and CC only resulted into one factor, which indicates that the initial assumption is correct. And the result of these factor scores are saved into four new variables, that is as FAUGC, FAMGC, FASQ, and FACC, resulting to four variables as assumed initially. These four variables are then used as the variables for the moderated regression analysis using the FHAES process 4.2 phi beta. To define variables, especially the moderating factors, the FAUGC and MGC is multiplied to give a factor score of the interaction of FAUGC and MGC. The same with UGC and SQ, in order to measure the interaction between the two variables. Therefore, using linear regression, FAUGC, MGC, SQ, UGC x MGC, and UGC x SQ are set as the independent or X variables, while the dependent variable is FACC, which resulted to R-squared value of 0.371, showing low significance, but it also should be noted that the standard of error is quite high. Therefore, when these results are tested to the main hypothesis, the main hypothesis assumes that there is a significant positive relationship with consumer certainty cannot be accepted, as it fails to reject the null hypothesis, as the significance level of UGC is 0.427, exceeds the 0.05 significance level, which indicates sufficient evidence to support the null hypothesis. The following hypotheses are based on the assumptions that the main hypothesis is true, that there is a relationship between UGC and CC, as it assumes that MGC and SQ acts as moderating factors between said relationship. However, as the main hypothesis is rejected, these hypotheses should too, and hypothesis testing of each hypothesis shows the same. Although each has a quite significant value below 0.05, the absolute p-value exceeds the range of critical value of 2.045 for the set 5% confidence level of the study. Although these hypotheses show that there are no relationship, the coefficients table show otherwise. The last two rows of the coefficient table shows the relationship of UGC x MGC and UGC x SQ as moderating factors, while the first three rows show the relationship of each independent variables to CC, which can be seen that MGC and SQ do in fact has a relationship with CC as independent variables. And the last two rows show that when interacting with UGC, the results change, indicating that UGC do have an impact, although not directly. This results show interesting result where it finds that UGC does not independently have an impact towards CC. However, when interacting with other variables, UGC is significant. Therefore, it shows limitations of the study that insufficient sample results in non-significance. Due to time and accessibility constraints, the respondents participating in the studies is not sufficient to support the hypothesis, as shown with the lack of the t-value. With potential extension of the study to investigate further user-generated content and higher education background as moderating effect, and exploring further the factors of user-generated content itself. In conclusion, there is no direct impact of user-generated content on consumer certainty. However, user-generated content interacts negatively with SQ and positively with MGC. There are possibilities that user-generated content, in fact, act as moderating factor in this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michelle. Would you like to add something more?
I think I have said what I needed to say in my presentation. Thank you.
You're most welcome. Applicants, if you have any questions, please leave them in the chat section. Moving ahead with the conference. We apologize for the miscommunication, but Peter's presentation will be played now. Peter Variawan, School of Business and Management, Institute Technology of Bandung from Indonesia. His topic is the impact of the Russian-Ukraine war-related events on the Indonesian composite energy and transportation and logistics indexes. Moving ahead with his presentation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michelle Angel.
Okay, hello there. My name is Peter Friawan. I'm from Institute Technology Bandung, Indonesia, and I will be presenting my research on the impact of Russia-Ukraine war-related events to the Indonesian capital market. Okay, so first I want to state the importance of this research. So as we have known, the capital market holds an important role in the economy of a nation. So understanding it better, meaning that we can increase the chance of performing better in the economy. And also the second reason being the major events of the last year, being the Russia-Ukraine war, that has inflicted a global impact in the economy. One of them being the European market that has proven to be negatively impacted by the war. Okay, the last reason is to understand the Indonesian capital market better, because there has yet to be a specific topic that research the impact of the Russia-Ukraine war on the Indonesian capital market. So we need to understand whether or not the Russia-Ukraine war has an impact on the Indonesian market, and to educate the investors, specifically in the investors who are interested in the Indonesian capital market, to be better in to perform better in their investment. Okay, so this research has three aims. The first is to identify the Indonesian capital market's efficiency level. It is based on the Eugene Fama's efficient market hypothesis. And the second is to figure out how much the impact of the Russia-Ukraine war-related events in the Indonesian capital market using the abnormal returns. And the third is to determine the significance of the impact the Russia-Ukraine war-related events have on the Indonesian capital market. Okay, so jumping in directly to this theory, the first is the efficient market hypothesis by Eugene Fama. It is a theory that states that there is a correlation between the stock price and the flow of information. And in this theory, there are three levels of efficient market. The first is the weak form efficient market that stated that the current price of a stock has reflected the historical price of the stock. So therefore, analysis based on the past is not effective. The second is the semi-strong form that stated that the current market price has reflects all publicly available information. And the third is the strong form that states that the market price reflects all information, both public and private. And then the three-factor model, which will be used for the expected return. It is an asset pricing model developed by Eugene Fama and Kenneth French to improve the previously popular pricing model, the capital asset pricing model, by adding two other risk factors, the size and value. So there are three components in the three-factor model. The first is the market risk premium, the risk factor that assumes that with bigger risk, an asset should come with a bigger rate of return. And the second is the size factor that assumes companies with lower market capitalization will outperform the company with bigger market capitalization. And third is the high minus low, or the value factor. The value factor assumes that the companies with high book to market ratio, also known as the value stocks, will outperform those with low book-to-market ratio, also known as the growth stocks. And this research will be done using this conceptual framework. So first, we will be researching the capital market using the efficient market hypothesis. First, we have to perform a weak form efficiency to at least check whether or not the Indonesian market has fallen into the weak form efficiency. If the weak form efficiency is fulfilled, we can move to the semi-strong form efficiency. And if the semi-strong form efficiency is fulfilled, we should move to the strong form efficiency. However, the research will stop at the semi-strong form efficiency. Moving on, these are the research hypotheses. So first, for the random walk test, the null hypothesis will be whether or the null hypothesis will be the data does not have a unit root test. Therefore, the index follows a random walk test. And the new hypothesis will be data has a unit root test. Therefore, the index does not follow a random walk test. The condition to determine which hypothesis will be accepted is if the probability of p-value is higher or lower than the lower of tolerance or the level of tolerance or alpha. And moving on, for the even study test, the null hypothesis will be there is no significant difference in the abnormal returns, and the new hypothesis will be there is significant difference in the abnormal returns. And the condition to determine is if the probability of p-value is higher or lower than the level of tolerance or the alpha. Okay, so these are the data that will be used for the research. So for the estimation period, we will use the 250 days estimation period or a year, and for the even windows, we will use a max of 20 days. But we will also use other even windows to compare between the even windows, such as 20, 10, 5, and 1 even windows. And these are the details. And on the screen are the details of the dates when the data is extracted. And also we will be researching 3 particular index. The first is the IDX energy or the Indonesian energy sector, JKSE or the Jakarta Sectoral Stock Exchange, the Indonesian Composite Index, and the IDX Trans, which is the Indonesian Transportation and Logistics sector. Okay, so for the weak form efficiency, we will be performing the random walk test using 2 tests, augmented Dickey-Fuller test and the Philip-Perron test. The formula can be seen on the screen. Okay, and for the even study, we will be using the standard Bowles and Brown's even study method, which we will be researching on the abnormal return, and also we will further analyze it using the cumulative average abnormal return. Afterwards, we will be performing the hypothesis testing using a 2-pair t-test. The t-test will be comparing the abnormal return. Will be comparing whether or not there is significant difference between abnormal return and the actual market return. Okay, we can directly jump into the random walk test result. So this table shows the test result for augmented Dickey-Fuller test and also the Phillips-Perron test. And according to the table above, the indexes that we have, for this research, particularly the IDX Energy, IDX Trans, and Jakarta Stock Exchange, have shown a p-value higher than the level of confidence up to 10%. Therefore, we can accept the null hypothesis and reject the new hypothesis, concluding that all of the indexes do not have a unit root. And we can move to the event study. The event study result, it will be split for each event. So first we have the announcement of war. This table shows cumulative average abnormal return during the event windows and also the significance level of the abnormal returns. According to the table above, the only one who shows significance is the IDX Trans in the 1-day event windows. It shows significance level in the level of 10%. And moving on, for the second event, when Russia cut gas to European Union in half, IDX Trans also shows significance in the level of 1% in the 5-day event window. Other than that, there is no significance. During the third event, Russia cut to European Union in full. IDX Trans also shows significance at the level of 5% during the 5-day event window and 1% significance level in the 10-day and 20-day event windows. Last but not least is the last event, the Crimea Beach destruction. The table shows that IDX trends once again show significance level at 5% during the 5-day even windows, and the Jakarta Stock Exchange also shows significance in the 1-day and 5-day even windows at significant levels of 5% and 10% subsequently. Okay, this part will contain the discussions for the previously analysis. So first for the IDX energy, the first part is it does not show any significance all around the 4 events and in all the even windows. So we can conclude that it is not a semi-strong efficient market. And comparing it also to the previous research, the finding of this research actually contradicts the research done by Sal, Fairuzabadi, and Listiorini that stated the energy sector of Indonesia being impacted by the war. And also this research, the findings of the research also proven to be an exclusion of Martin Nellinger and Sebastian Utz, finding that the global market has responded to the war. This is possibly caused by how the IDX energy sector is constructed, which in Indonesia it includes an energy supporting sub-industry amounting to 30 out of 66 companies, and the author find out that the performance of these companies are not directly correlated to the energy commodity price. Next is the IDX trans or the transportation sector. It shows the most amount of significance around the 4 events, and we can conclude that it shows sign of being a semi-strong efficient market. We cannot be sure that whether or not it is a semi-strong efficient market because the result does not show all holistically that the IDX trends is significant. And the second one is the IDX trend has proven to be affected by the publication of local media, shown by the significance of the previous result. The local media highlights that the increase in price of energy commodities will have a negative impact for the sector. And last but not least is that the abnormal returns for IDX trends are majorly negative. Therefore, we can conclude that the IDX trends perform below the expected return. And last is the Jakarta Stock Exchange. The Jakarta Stock Exchange shows signs of significance during the Crimea Bridge destructions. It is the only one that, out of the 4 events that Jakarta Stock Exchange shows significance. And the abnormal returns for the Jakarta is more or less balanced, so it does not have a tendency, or we can say that it is neutral. And even though Jakarta Stock Exchange shows an extreme movements around the year, we can see from the chart below. The only part where it shows significance is during this Crimea Bridge destruction, which is around the end of the figure, where the red circle is. Okay, so in conclusion, the Indonesian capital market is not stationary, and it does not contain unit truth. Therefore, we can conclude that it is at least a weak form efficient market. And all of the indexes, IDX Energy, IDX Trends, and JKSE, show abnormal returns. So although it is insignificant, it may be insignificant, the market shows response to the war-related events. And specifically for IDX Trends and Jakarta Stock Exchange, it shows signs of being a semi-strong efficient market. On the other hand, the IDX Energy stops at being weak form efficient market. Okay, this is the recommendations for investors and for future research. For the investors, because the Indonesian capital market has fulfilled the random walk test, the investors should be aware that the technical analysis will not be able to perform effectively because the historical information regarding the stocks has been reflected in the price, in the current market price. And also specifically for IDX trends, after showing the most amount of significance, meaning that it shows the most probability to be a semi-strong efficient market, investors who are interested in the transportation sector need to stay alert to the public information. And for the future research, the first is to perform a better estimate, to perform a to choose a better method for the expected return, to increase the accuracy of the expected return, maybe they can use 5-factor model or other expected return pricing model. And then for the second one is to increase the research scope by including other sectors as well. It is to get a better holistic view of the Indonesian capital market. And the last is to include other variables such as trading volume activities to measure the market returns and reactions. I think that's it for my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention. See you.
Thank you so much, Peter. If you have any questions regarding Peter's presentation, please leave them in the chat section. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter is Salsabila Tasya Rehma, Faculty of Business, Institute Technology of Bandung, Bandung, Indonesia. Her topic is the impact of influencers as an Instagram digital marketing strategy on Indonesia's customer purchase behavior toward beauty brand. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving ahead with the presentation.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Almira Dani Rusman. I'm an
Apologies.
And I'm an international business student from Institute Technology of Bandung, and also a double degree student from ESX School of Management, Paris, France. I'm here to present you about my dissertation, the impact of influencers as an Instagram digital marketing strategy on Indonesia's customer purchase behavior towards beauty brands. Here, the content of the presentation is core question, literature review, methodology, data analysis, limitation, potential extension, and also conclusion. It is crucial to the success of a campaign to fully grasp the function of the social influencer that have chosen. It has been suggested that social influencers may help promote brand strategy online by providing people with knowledge that makes interacting with the brand sponsor less of risk. It's by Cartigi 2011. In order to sell their goods and services, brands often look to influencers whose interests, attitudes, and audience align with their own. A brand may work with an influencer to produce promotional materials with a specific audience in mind. So this led to a research question. How does the influencer marketing strategy of beauty companies influence the purchasing behavior of beauty product customer? Here I quote three main authors from my literature review. The first one is beauty products includes things namely creams, hair dyes, cosmetics, deodorants, nail polish, perfume, skincare products, toothpaste, and mouthwashes. It's by Sunny Dewi and Paramita 2018. And also by Weissmuller et al. 2020. Its Instagram users between were surveyed and the response indicate that influencer sources with attractiveness, expertise, and trustworthiness were more likely to enhance their intention to buy. And the third one is by CloudTrack 2020. Its purchase behavior, also known as consumer behavior, is caused by a confluence of cultural, social, economic, personal, and psychological elements. Another name for consumer behavior is buyer behavior. The next methodology, so the research here use a quantitative method, and the data collection of the research survey questionnaire using Google Form and distributed online from social media beauty forum, Twitter, Instagram, and via word of mouth. and a 5-point Google form Likert scale question will be used with agreeing and disagreeing and separated by a neutral middle ground. The getter information will be analyzed using statistical software program, SPSS, and also the information will first be scrubbed and categorized before being entered into the analysis program. And also descriptive data will be calculated including mean, standard deviation, and frequency distribution. And research hypothesis will be tested through the use of inferential statistical method like association and also regression analysis. So here is the hypothesis. In this research have 3 hypotheses. The first hypothesis is the use of beauty influencer marketing has a significant positive influence toward purchase intention. The second one is purchase intention has a positive effect on purchase behavior. And then the third one is the use of beauty influencer marketing has an indirect effect on people's purchase behavior. Here is the conceptual framework of the hypothesis, as you can see. And the survey that was conducted specifically for this study through Google Form received a total 257 response, with 100% agreeing to participate and passing the criteria fulfillment section that was designed as the filter question to ensure that all respondents were in accordance with the targeted sample, Indonesian citizens who are active on Instagram and who regularly use beauty products. The majority of respondents were quite youthful, as 57.6% or 148 individuals of the sample were between 18 and 24 years old. And also the majority of respondents are women, 85.2%. or 219 individuals. The first data analysis, I use Cronbach Alpha for reliability statistics. As you can see, the purchase behavior and also influencer marketing, the Cronbach Alpha is more than 0.7. That means that the data is reliable. And here, as if you can see the purchase intention, the Chrome-based alpha is below 0.7, but it's considered moderate level of internal consistency, considering the number of items is only 3. So all of the data is reliable. For the validity test, I use Pearson correlation. All the factor, purchase behavior, influencer marketing, and also purchase intention, all of these results are significant. So it's indicating a robust linear positive correlation between the variable. So this indicates that the one and another variable or 2 variables are related, and that as one increase, the other one does as well, as the result of link between them. So these statistically significant correlations suggest a link may exist between these variables. And for regression analysis, for hypothesis 1, the use of beauty influencer marketing has a significant positive influence towards purchase intention. The hypothesis is accepted because the F value, which is 20.589, and the P value, which is less than 0.001, indicate that the model as a whole is statistically significant, and that the correlation between the predictors and the outcome is not coincidental. So as the consequence of this, the model shows that influencer marketing has a favorable impact on purchase intention. Therefore, hypothesis 1 can be accepted. For the hypothesis 2, purchase intention has a positive effect on purchase behavior. As you can see here, the p value, all of the p value is more than 0.05. So That means not a single one of the predictor is statistically significant when it comes to predicting purchase behavior. Therefore, hypothesis 2 here is rejected. Hypothesis 3, because it needs to analyze the indirect effect. Therefore, the research used mediation analysis, because the hypothesis 3 is the use of beauty influencer marketing has an indirect effect on people's purchase behavior. So indirect effect of influencer marketing on purchase behavior was found to be minus 0.10, with a bootstrap confidence interval extending from minus 0.071 to 0.53. So indicate that influencer marketing has no significant negative indirect effect impact on purchase behavior via purchase intention. Therefore, hypothesis 3 is rejected. And for the limitation, the first limitation is requires a large number of respondents due to the complex and also the varied nature of consumer behavior towards beauty brand on Instagram. Any study aiming to examine the impact of influencer as a digital marketing strategy would likely require a large number of respondents. To achieve statistically significant results and adequately represent the diverse population of Indonesia. And also due to the time and resource constraints, the study was unable to include a larger number of respondents and use a more diverse sample, which may have limited the representation of the population. I live in a small city in Indonesia, so because I share my questionnaire through my personal Instagram, and a lot of my mutual friends is from my city, so it's not the diverse sample. And also for the potential extension, further research could investigate the effectiveness of different types of influencer marketing strategy, such as sponsor posts, product placement, or product reviews, and their impact on consumer behavior. And furthermore, it could be interesting to examine the long-term effect of influencer marketing on brand loyalty and customer retention, as repeat purchase and customer loyalty are important factors for the success of beauty company. The next one is conclusion. The findings demonstrate that the use of beauty influencer in the strategy of marketing has a positive effect on customer purchase intention. However, beauty influencer marketing has no indirect effect on consumer behavior to purchase. Also, there is a little correlation between purchase intention and purchase behavior. There are a growing number of cosmetic companies that compete with one another. So marketing is one of the crucial aspects in beauty industry, and it is proof that influencer marketing strategy will increase the customer purchase intention or willingness to buy a beauty product. Thank you. That's all for me. Thank you for listening and your attention.
Salsafilla, would you like to add something more? Moving ahead to the conference. Our next presenter is Almira Adnani Rusman, Faculty of Business, Institute Technology of Bandung, Indonesia. Her topic is an examination of consumer decision-making process e-commerce in Indonesia. The abstract on your screen. Moving ahead with the presentation.
Examination of Consumer Technology of Bandung, and I'm also a double degree student from University of Hall. Today I'll be presenting to you my paper with the title An Examination of Consumer Decision-Making Process E-Commerce, particularly in Gen Z in Indonesia. So here is the table of contents with my paper will be consisting of background, problem statement, research question, research objective, literature review, critical review, research methodology, findings, and also conclusion that will be explained in this presentation. The COVID-19 pandemic has changed individual lifestyles, with one of which is shopping for daily necessities. Indonesia, with one of the countries that has experienced a change in people's pattern of shopping from offline to online, gained from the ISWARA 2022. The Minister of Cooperative and SMEs, Tatan Matsuki, said that during the COVID-19 pandemic, MSME transaction at marketplace during the COVID-19 increased by 3.1 million transactions per day, with a 35% increase in shipping goods. This increase occurred due to the COVID-19 pandemic and government regulation that limit people's mobility. Based on iPrice data, Generation Z in Indonesia dominates online shopping compared to the millennial generation. Online shopping traffic in various online shopping applications dominates Generation Z. The research result of the IDN Research Institute also states that the Generation Z in Indonesia in 2022 will use digital or e-commerce platform more often to shop rather than to shop online. The majority of platforms used by Generation Z in Indonesia is for online shopping, namely Tokopedia, Shopee, and Lazada. Research conducted by UMN Consulting in 2021 also shows that there are a tendency for Generation Z to make more transactions through online platforms compared to shopping offline. Based on these problems, the majority of the Generation Z in Indonesia dominates in terms of online shopping using digital platforms compared to the millennial generation. So that in the further discussion, this research will discuss the process of making consumer decision in e-commerce in Generation Z Indonesia. For problem statements, based on the increase in online shopping in Indonesia since the COVID-19 pandemic has been changed by individual behavior patterns in shopping. Even in Indonesia itself, there has been an increase of 35% in shipping goods during the pandemic, with the majority of consumers who shop online in Indonesia are the Z generation compared to the millennial generation. This was revealed by some research, with one of which was the research conducted by UMN Consulting, which resulted that during the COVID-19 pandemic, spending increased, the majority being carried out by Generation Z compared to the millennial generation. iPrice research results also states that the same thing, that Generation Z has more traffic in online shopping compared to the millennial generation. The domination of online shopping by Generation Z compared to the millennial generation in Indonesia is a major problem that will be discussed in further research to analyze the consumer decision-making process in Indonesia in shopping through e-commerce for the Generation Z in Indonesia. As for the research question and rationale, based on the problems that have occurred, there have been a significant differences in online shopping traffic for Generation Z and millennial generations in Indonesia since the COVID-19 pandemic. With the titling of What are the influencing aspects of Gen Z purchasing decision through e-commerce in Indonesia? The first research question has a reason. This aspect is a basic thing that must be known to influence the buying decision of Generation Z in e-commerce, and can find out the reasons why finally Generation Z in Indonesia decided to buy products or services through e-commerce. Because based on the result of research by the UMN Consulting in 2021 and iPrice Indonesia, the Generation Z in Indonesia tends to have high traffic in online shopping compared to the millennial generation. And the second research question, do the purchasing decisions of Generation Z consumers in Indonesia affect the development of e-commerce in Indonesia? The second research question has a reason that the second research question has continuity with the first research question. After knowing that the aspects that influence purchasing decision of Generation Z consumers in Indonesia towards e-commerce, it will be seen that whether there is a developmental influence on certain e-commerce or not, because e-commerce also requires a marketing strategy that is following its target market to develop increased sales to consumers. For the research objective, this study aims to see that there are reasons that underlie the buying decisions of the Z generation in shopping through e-commerce, because they have differences from the millennial generations in attitudes and decision patterns in shopping. This can also affect marketing strategies by e-commerce, which will be adjusted according to the target market in Indonesia. The definition itself for the decision-making process is that from the Kotler and Keller 2012, it explains that the traditional decision-making model, which includes need recognition, information search, evaluation of alternatives, purchase, and post-purchase behavior, it is also influenced by consumer behavior in using e-commerce for purchasing decisions. For the definition of e-commerce itself, according to Can from 2016, e-commerce is the activity of buying and selling goods or services via the internet to exchange sources of information to make comparison of prices and products before being offered to make purchase online or offline. Based on the understanding of experts, e-commerce is a buying and selling activity using the internet facilities to offer certain products or services to consumers. For the previous research by Putra L at 2021 explains that the contribution of Generation Z, which is very large for developments and transition in e-commerce compared to the other generation, millennials or other generation. This study conducted an analysis of behavior pattern in buying decision for Generation Z through e-commerce and e-commerce, which are often used by Generation Z in online shopping. The research using quantitative research methods with AHP, expert choice analytical hierarchy procedure, software, and the results research conducted by Putra resulted in Generation Z choosing an e-commerce platform to shop based on safety factors, product variations, promotion, and ease of use. Research by Utamanyu and Dharmastuti from 2022 explains that consumer purchasing decision process for Generation Z in Indonesia influenced by several factors. This research used qualitative data and a case study research design with the aim of knowing whether there is a culture in online shopping for Generation Z and the millennial generation. The results of this study indicates that the Z generation in the process of purchasing a product or service in e-commerce is strongly influenced by the opinion of the KOL or key opinion leader, which who is the consumer role model, price advertising, and the location owned by a product. For the methodology on my paper, in further research, it will use a qualitative research methodology based on the understanding according to the Creswell. It's a research process that has a scientific nature with the aim of understanding social problems to provide information and clarity on this problem descriptively. This study will analyze using qualitative method because the topic of the problem that will be carried out by the research includes social phenomena that occur among the community, especially regarding the examination of the decision-making process of Generation Z, e-commerce consumers in Indonesia. This research will also use a case study approach, which is usually done in social sciences and is in the form of description. In this study, it will analyze the case study of the e-commerce purchasing decision in Generation Z in Indonesia, collecting data for analysis using two methods, primary and secondary data. Primary data uses the observation method, which is data collection through direct observation by conducting an analysis of the purchasing decision of Generation Z in Indonesia, and also using the method of distributing questionnaires to 35 instruments. This research will also use secondary data, which is the data that is already available from various sources. So that in this study, it will use data that comes from journal articles, websites, and news related to research topics. For the findings, collecting data on questions or on questionnaires to support research data, examining the decision-making process of Generation Z e-commerce consumers in Indonesia, and for the initial stage only, taking from 18 respondents with the target audience of Generation Z in Indonesia. The first process is recognition, which produces data on 7 shopping participants who do not have a certain period and 10 shopping participants according to their needs. 17 participants also have plans to shop through e-commerce, so the recognition stage is very important for consumer planning to shop through e-commerce. In the second process of the information search, 17 participants look at the reviews before deciding to buy products in e-commerce, price aspects, payment methods, advertisements, location, and store ratings also affect consumer purchasing decision for a product. The third process is evaluation of alternatives. All participants consider the services provided by sellers to consumers are very important. Fourth process, purchase process, the consumer finally decides to buy product based on the 3 stage it goes through. The fifth process is a post-purchase evaluation. 12 participants give ratings to the store, service e-commerce, and 14 participants do not write reviews. Therefore, the evaluation stage is often not carried by consumers, but is more through word of mouth in their lives. Conclusion for the findings. Based on the data collection carried out on the questionnaire, it can be concluded that participants in making purchases through e-commerce face each stage of decision-making process. The process of recognition, information search, evaluation of alternatives, purchase, and post-purchase evaluation. However, from the data obtained, the majority of individuals did not carry out post-purchase evaluation stage through e-commerce by providing reviews on e-commerce stores, but only reviewing their personal lives, so they are influenced other individuals by word of mouth rather than giving reviews. All in all, to reach a purchase decision, consumers are faced with a process starting from their needs to recognition post-purchase behavior. The analysis result that the Generation Z in Indonesia faces all 5 stages buying process, and on the opinion of Kotler and Keller. However, in these 5 stages, the majority of Generation Z consumers in Indonesia do not do some of the things that they should be doing, and there are several discoveries faced by consumers in the purchasing decision stage. That will be all for my paper. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Almira. Would you like? Alka, would you like to add something more? Participants, if you have any questions regarding her presentation, please leave them in the chat. Moving ahead with the conference. And next presenter for the day is Bunyapon Yodhi, Department of Industrial Engineering, Chiang Mai, University Chiang Mai from Thailand. Her topic is loss analysis in bread production process using material flow cost accounting technique. You can see the abstract on your screen.
Good afternoon.
Bunyapon, you may start.
Yeah, I would like to share my screen.
Sure.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Bunyapon Yodi. I'm a student of Industrial Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, Chiang Mai University from Thailand. Today, I would like to present loss analysis in bread production process using material focused accounting technique. Today, I'm going to talk about key topics. The first one is introduction. The second one is the research methodology and results. And the last one is conclusions and suggestions. Although consumption level of bread among the Thai public are considered low compared to other countries, the Thai bread and bakery industry show clear ongoing growth trend. Consumer demand is increasing from urban consumer behavior, preferring convenient foods and snacks. Production in Thailand bread and bakery industry is expanding. As an industry, technology is being applied to production with the introduction of modern machinery enabling more efficiency production. There is also a constant state of product development adding value to the products. To make their contributions more outstanding and diverse, coupled with a more modern transportation system, the shelf life of products has been extended, all of which are factors of supporting growth in the bread and bakery industry. However, the bread industry also has an environmental impact. Bread is a food made from wheat, flours, mixed with water and yeast. Other ingredients are added to provide color, taste, and aroma for each category of bread. The ingredients are indicated into dough, which is then formed into shape and proven at the appropriate temperature and humidity to get the yeast working. Before baking, the industrial production of bread requires efficiency flour milling machine and kneading machines, and large ovens with temperatures of over 230 degrees Celsius, which require a lot of energy. The transportation of raw materials and the finished bread to store also require gas and oils. Moreover, to produce flour, 66% of greenhouse gas emissions come from growing the wheat crops, which is the key raw material for flours and bread. Another impact on the environment is waste from the production process and consumption, such as byproduct, which must be discarded in large volumes and compared to total production volumes. In case study factory conducted the production and distribution of a diverse range of bakery products in the north of Thailand. The factory is currently facing issues similar to the other factory in the same industry, such as waste and loss from the production process. At the form stage, there is dough which was formed but did not pass the size, shape, or weight standard, which has been specified, making it a waste product. Material focused accounting, MFCA, it is a technique used to classify the amount of output compared to the amount of input raw materials. The effect of differences in the amount of yield obtained with waste, or amount less than the amount of input raw material. It represents the loss from the production process. The cost consists four aspects. First one, material cost or MC. The second one, system cost or SC. The third one is energy cost or EC. And the last one, waste management cost or WC. This research made analysis of cost of losses arising in the production process operated by applying MFCA technique according to the PDCA cycle, which the methods of research show in this picture. First step, plan, determine target product. After consultation with the case study factory, the factory wants to study its resin-based product first, as it has the highest proportion of production, as high as 50% of the same category of base products. Total production is 700 to 800 pieces daily for one production lot. It was therefore determined to be the target product for this study step of the production process. Determine the scope of evaluation and specify quantity center or QC. QC, which have volumes of material passing through in the manufacturing process. QC are specified according to steps in the production process. So QC1 is mixing dose state. QC2 is the forming state. QC3 is the decoration state. QC4 is the proofing state. QC5 is the baking state. QC6 is the filling state. And QC7 is the packing state. The second step, to identify inputs and output for each QC. Specify flow volume of materials in physical units and in financial units. Identify inputs and outputs for each QC, and QC1 was used an example. This state has the objective to show volumes of production factors entering and exiting the production process. For example, the QC1% negative product is 0.98%. As for the material balance of other QC, they are not shown here, but are prepared in the same way. Cost consists material cost or MC, system cost or SC, energy cost or EC, and waste management cost are the BC. As already mentioned, the data of input and output at each QC are connected throughout by the scope of consideration. Therefore, it is possible to create a material flow model which is shown in this picture. A diagram showing the detail and amount of material. Total wastage is identified as that QC for all the category and all input both currently occurring and product going from the previous QC. For instance, this model considering QC2 at the forming state, the material flowing from the previous step in the process QC1 mixing dough. This is dough which has some parts stuck in the machine as wet in the mixer and the extrusion machine at QC1. Outer QC can be extended in the same way. The third step, check analysis of cost with MSCA technique. Distinguish positive product and negative product arising in each QC. This table shows the material flow cost metric at QC1, in which QC1 is the starting QC, so there is no input of positive product from the previous QC or previous input. MC, AC, and EC are combined, therefore allocate to be 477.22 baht, 56.67 baht, and 27.15 baht, respectively. Allocation of positive product and negative product of the material is as previously explained. The allocate of SC and EC can use negative product in the allocation. At QC1, this was equal to 0.98% by weight. Therefore, system cost can calculate positive product and negative product to equal 56.11 baht and 0.56 baht. Representatively, EC energy cost can calculate positive product and negative product, which are equal to 26.88 baht and 0.27 baht, respectively. Calculating cost on this principle of MSCA as author QC is done in the same way, requiring taking a positive product from the previous process. All of material cost, system cost, and energy cost to combine into new input cost at the QC under consideration. There is a combined cost, therefore allocation for instance in the calculate at QC2 is unnecessary to use the positive product of material cost, system cost, and energy cost, which are 472.54 baht, 56.11 baht, and 26.88 baht from QC1 to combine the new input cost at QC2, which are combined costs before allocation. When calculated the cost of QC1 to QC7 in series, report of cost arise according category of positive product and negative product, separate into material cost, system cost, energy cost, and waste management cost, as shown the table combined material flow cost metric of every QC. When calculating costs from QC1 to QC7 in series, report the cost arise according to category of positive product and negative product, separate into material cost, system cost, energy cost, and waste management cost is shown in this table. And negative product in material cost is 19.41%. The highest is waste product getting deficit in the machinery and fillet packing fee, which will not generate revenue. The last step, action, ranking negative product of each QC to identify and evaluate opportunity for improvement. This stage of the procedure is to rank the importance of negative product from each QC to identify the evaluate opportunities for improvement. The Pareto diagram was used shown in this picture, from which it can be seen that material support for negative product at QC7 had the highest value, which was being to tax the rising bed, which has been raised an amount of 0.5 to 8 kilograms on a value of 457.65 baht. The research discovered that the greatest waste was at the packing stage by wasting film using for packing the baking bread, a result of employees setting the packing speed to be too fast. As a result, employees stationed at the end of the packing machine could not insert the bread in time, which a result of employee pack coming out. There was also wastage of film in the initial phase of setting the machine. So there should be study to specify an optimal packing speed. The benefit of this research of finding ways to reduce waste and loss in the production process of rising bread at the case study factory, and that this research methodology can also be applied to the other products of the case study factory. And that brings me the end of presentation. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Bunyapon. Would you like to add something more?
Thank you so much.
You're most welcome. Applicants, if you have any questions, please leave them in the chat section. Bunyapon? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Ibrahim Kharis, Economic and International Business, Bucharest University of Economic Studies, Bucharest, Romania. His topic is the impact of cryptocurrencies on small business profitability and in-depth analysis. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving on with his presentation.
Of economy. Today I'm going to discuss I'm a PhD student at the Bucharest University of Economy. Today I'm going to discuss my research paper about the impact of cryptocurrencies on small business profitability. So let's start with the abstract. Cryptocurrencies have emerged in the financial global system and it has shown opportunities and challenges for businesses across various sectors. In the recent years, we have noticed that there is a big adoption from small businesses, and they have been integrating these cryptocurrencies in their operation, which means there has been an enhanced profitability. There are potential benefits of cryptocurrency for small businesses, which includes expanded customer reach, reduced transaction costs, improved financial security, and increased operational efficiency. This research paper analyzes the impact of the cryptocurrencies on small business profitability, and it's important because we have seen in the previous years a lot of increasing adoption from these small businesses, and the importance of this kind of transition would draw for us a better picture on the future adoption and how will the economical future market will shape like. So we are going to investigate the revenue generation, the cost management, the financial transactions, and in this study, we are aiming to see a better view of the impact of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency on small businesses. So I have looked at some studies. As you know, there aren't so many studies in this sector because relatively this kind of technology is new and the studies are limited. So I have I had a deep dive in this topic, and the conclusion is that this adoption can be good and bad for small businesses. So if it is used by good strategical techniques, then it would be very, very beneficial. But if it's used without a good plan and good technical analysis and techniques, then it can be just not as profitable. So we are going to present the problem gap and research gap. So despite this growth of interest in and the impact of cryptocurrencies on small businesses, we have seen some businesses with bad strategies and bad practices for adopting this kind of cryptocurrency. This is a reason because cryptocurrencies can be volatile and some of them can be scam, and there should be a good strategy and good knowledge before choosing what kind of cryptocurrency is going to be adopted. So this analysis also shows some strategies of these businesses, small businesses, and how they have been successful, and how they have integrated and appropriately established good securing payment systems, and what are the risks of these volatilities in the market, and how can that affect the business. So I think business owners, small business owners, they should know and study their decision very well and develop good strategies before they deep dive into this kind of sector. And in this gap, this research gap, also we can see what financial practices have been used and what frameworks and risk management strategies have been taken into consideration. Moving on to the research question 1, what are the key factors influencing consumer perception and acceptance of using cryptocurrency for transactions with small businesses? This is an important topic because, as you know, any business cares mostly about their customers, and it is really important to understand the customer interest and behavior to know if there will be interest from these customers and they would understand and accept the idea of this kind of transition. So this research question is showing the preferences and the utilization of cryptocurrencies and transactions on small businesses. and involves many behavioral tactics of customers, such as the trust, the risks, the convenience, the measures taken. The second research question is, what are the key strategies and best practices that small businesses can adopt to overcome challenges and maximize the opportunity presented by cryptocurrency? So in this question, we aim to explore the specific strategies and practices that small businesses may employ and navigate in order to minimize the challenges and to have an easy adoption to capitalize opportunities which this kind of market offers, and examining the risk management and the regulatory challenges. Both of these search questions, they are based on the consumer perspective. Moving on to the questionnaires. So I have ran an online questionnaire. It has been taken into account 53 individuals, in which only 24 people have taken part of it. And this survey was promoted and conducted on social media on various channels. And the questionnaire comprised of 17 questions, combined by 6 demographic survey questions. Of course, I have used different question techniques, including the Likert scale and open-ended questions. So the result of this demographic characteristics, it was that the sample comprised of 12 male participants and 8 females. 2 individuals refused to specify their gender. The age disruption in the sample was taken into account, and the average age was between 26 and 35. So these people had academic backgrounds, and it was from overall population, from different kind of backgrounds. And the time which was required to complete this kind of a survey, it was around 2 minutes and 51 seconds. So moving on to the answer of these research questions, which was concluded based on my surveys. So what are the key factors influencing customer perception and acceptance of using cryptocurrency for transaction with businesses, with small businesses? So the result and the answer of this question is that only 14% of the business expressed people showed intention to acquire cryptocurrencies within the next 5 years, but existing cryptocurrency owners and prospective buyers, they considered this kind of transition to be really beneficial for them. The second question is, how does consumer perception and acceptance of using cryptocurrency on small businesses impact their purchase intention? And will this improve their overall purchase within a small business? So the majority of the participants, they believed that cryptocurrencies and traditional fiat currencies will exist and will have a future and will have a bigger adoption in the near future. However, these kind of payment methods aren't still that popular. So 39% of the survey respondents replied that they really see a future adoption for this. However, some of them, a smaller percentage, they saw that this kind of transition would take up to 10 years. So after evaluating these interview results, there is very good evidence that cryptocurrency and crypto assets is important in the global economy. The limitation of this kind of research in the future, it would be that I have personally, due to me residing in Romania, it was limited for me to get these kind of results only for the Romanian population. I couldn't take a broad analysis for people who are living outside this region, but hopefully I would be able to expand this kind of questionnaire and research to more people outside Romania. So the conclusion is that cryptocurrency really shows a significant advancement since 2008, since it was first adopted, which was first created. And there are the main challenges at this moment is that we have a small regulation for this kind of market, and there is which is resulting in volatility, which keeps people and business owners scared to get in touch with this kind of markets. However, we believe that in the near future there would be a more legalized and more trusty methods of using these kind of cryptocurrencies, which will really attract and encourage people to get more involved in this new wave of technology and innovation. So regulatory and frameworks taken by government would have a really good impact to regularize and arrange this kind of market. And of course, further growth and technology advancement will also increase and improve the cryptocurrencies within the economy, which will also attract more small businesses to get involved in this kind of market. So moving to the literal view, basically we are there are existing literal on how consumer perspectives and cryptocurrencies show their attitude and towards doing transactions with small businesses using cryptocurrency. And there is a good number of consumer acceptance for cryptocurrencies, and many studies which I had looked at showed this kind of evidences. And I believe the cryptocurrency would be a very popular payment method in the future, especially with bigger transactions used by smaller businesses, which will be in real time and which will reduce the cost a lot and save a lot of time, which will increase efficiency. Also, that will affect the prices of these cryptocurrencies and will probably provide a lot of new profit for these small businesses which have been early adopters for this kind of technology. This is basically my research. Thank you very much for your attendance, and I hope you have enjoyed and learned something from this.
Hi, it's Yulita.
Thank you for the presentation, Ibrahim. Would you like to add something more?
Oh, no, that's all. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to be here.
You're most welcome. Applicants, if you have any questions, please leave them in the chat section. Moving on with the conference. Our next presenter is Yulita Laurentina, School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology from Indonesia. Her topic is the effectiveness of product placement technique for beauty products in Korean drama according to Indonesian audiences' interest. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving on to her presentation.
For this technique for beauty products in China. So this is the presentation of my final paper with the title of the effectiveness of product placement technique for beauty products in Korean drama according to Indonesian audiences' interest. So starting from the core questions, so the main question that I took to support this paper is how effective and impactful are the implementation of product placement marketing strategy, especially for beauty products in Korean drama for Indonesian audiences.
So from many literature review to support this paper, here are three of them that suits very well and to enhance the knowledge of this paper title. The first one is from Balasubramanian 1994. As one of the marketing practices, product placement technique often showed up as it aims to influence the audience and to reach a larger scale of consumers. And the second one from Batu to Hamid 2017, Korean entertainment products have started to incorporate ideas and norms that are appealing to global audiences in an effort to become more widely accepted. And the last one from Hirschman and Thompson, 1997. One crucial component of the apparent meaning consumers derive from commercial messaging is how they relate to the media themselves. So, for the methodology of this paper is using or applies the triangulation research methodology, which consists of qualitative and quantitative research methods, which approaches primary and secondary data through Google Form online survey. The Google form was distributed through internal relations online and social media, Instagram and Twitter. The respondents are expected to reach. When I reach a respondent, I expect to reach a wider range and to receive articulate responses. And the target market is respondents who have both beauty products. Then the Google Form online survey was supported with 5-point Likert scale and will be tested using regression analysis of SPSS. So here are the hypotheses. I took two hypotheses for this for summarize the result. The first hypothesis is Korean drama awareness makes the audience more interested in beauty brands. And the second hypothesis is customer awareness toward beauty products has a positive impacts on individuals' purchasing behavior. And for the conceptual framework, the main idea is Korean drama, and two variables that will be here is customer awareness and purchasing behavior. So for the data analysis was collected from the response of Google Form online survey. So here is the respondent summary. The total of 180 respondents with 100% fulfilled the criteria of having an interest in watching movie, realized beauty products existent in the society, and individuals who appreciate media marketing strategy. So most of them were female, 88.9%, and most of that as well is Gen Z in 21 until 23 years old. And regarding to the age, the occupation of them mostly are still in college or university student. Then the data analysis for the secondary data is the I asked their experience and their overview about this marketing strategy with Korean drama. So here is the secondary data that I got. The first one from the online survey, I got Korean drama are one of the entertainment mediums that I watch by Indonesian market because most of my respondents watch Korean drama. Also, the majority watch Korean drama only at certain times instead of every day or in a scheduled time. The last one, brand wishing to implement a product placement marketing strategy should conduct detailed research on the storyline of the drama because many of my respondents say that they watch Korean drama because of storyline itself and because it can increase the number of viewers who will become aware of their product. And the second secondary data I was collected from Widianti 2022. It's a paper also about a product placement marketing strategy in Korean drama, but for a specific brand, which is Kopiko from PT Mayora Indonesia Company. So from the paper, I conclude that the feedback from the marketing strategy increases the enthusiasm of Indonesian consumers and boosts positive financial performance of Mayora Company, especially for their Kapiko that promoted in Korean drama. And here the data analysis using SPSS analysis. The first one is the reliability analysis using Cron batch alpha to see is it reliable for each other for each question. So for the first variable is customer awareness. Here are the statistical calculation, but for the summarize, Cron batch alpha of 0.690, considered moderate reliable, and the correlation between the question are appear to be moderate correlated. And for the second variable of purchasing behavior, here is also the calculation, but I can summarize that Cronbach alpha of the 0.665 considered moderate reliable as well, and for the correlation also moderately correlated. Then here is the validity analysis using Pearson correlation also in SPSS. For the first variable and second variable, it has same summary, which were both moderate to strong correlation between each other, between a question in customer awareness variables of 5 questions and 4 questions of purchasing behavior variables. And here is the data analysis for regression in hypothesis second hypothesis, which is customer awareness toward beauty products have a positive impact on individuals' purchasing behavior. And this is using regression, so there's a model summary, result, ANOVA, and coefficient. But from here, from all of the calculation, here is the small summary, which is the independent variable means 46.7% from the R square, means the dependency on the variable, and the regression model is statistically significant, where the significance level is reported under 0.001, which is low. So that's why the p-value show low probability of risk and data error. And here is the hypothesis testing after we analyze and calculate using SPSS. This is the data analysis result that I can use according to the 2 hypotheses. For the first hypothesis, it can be accepted that which is Korean drama awareness makes the audience more interested in beauty brands because respondents watch Korean drama and they understood their reason, and most of them find Korean drama as an interesting entertainment medium, especially for the beauty product. It showed that it positively impacts audience interest in beauty brand. For the second hypothesis also can be accepted, which is customer awareness toward beauty products have a positive impact on individual purchase behavior, because more than half of my respondents claim that they have bought beauty products that they have seen on Korean drama. And yeah, it summarized that Indonesians have an elevate and urge to buy product that's seen in Korean drama, especially beauty products. Then after all the advantages that I got and all the data that I got, but also there's still a limitation that I have got through it while having this paper, while doing this paper. The first one is lack of time in receiving respondent. The second one, lack of connection in spreading the Google Forms, because if I have more respondent and if I have more connection, I will gain more respondent and make the summary more detailed and better. And the last limitation I realized is limitation in identify the secondary data. But I am so thankful that I also got the secondary data of Kopiko, because it's really similar between Korean drama and Indonesian audiences, but only different the category of the product. Kopiko is a food, while I analyzing a beauty industry. That's why from the limitation, I can say that the potential extension of this paper is to investigate a specific beauty brand or product that have choose product placement as their marketing strategy. For example, Lancome, Innisfree, Color Pop, etc. Cologram. And the second one, implement comparative or cross-platform analysis to have a comparison between Korean drama or American drama, etc. And the last one, discover another variable instead of only purchasing behavior and customer awareness, because there are still a lot of things to discover. And it will gonna be fun. And so this is the conclusion of my paper. I compiled it into one slide. So briefly, Korean drama have a high influence on the audience's awareness and daily habits, as well as the marketing strategy promoting a product in Korean drama is impactful, for the society and the brands. Therefore, it shows that a product or brand appearance in Korean drama impact its awareness because from the result, the respondent say that they knew a lot of new brands that they never heard before, but they know from a product that's seen on the Korean drama they watch. But however, in the purchasing point aspect, it is considered impactful but still at a moderate level in increasing customer purchasing behavior because not all of my respondent or most of them have bought the product, but it's only half of my respondent have bought the product. So I can say it's still impactful but moderate for the purchasing impact. So if the goal for a brand using this marketing strategy is gaining a product sales, I guess it is not a strong and promising platform or strategy to sell product because it has a huge expenses and yeah, the purchasing behavior from my audiences is it seems still moderate. So that is all from my presentation paper. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yulita. Would you like to add something more? If you have any questions regarding Yulita's presentation, please use them. Moving ahead. Next presenter is Lubna Daraz, School of Library and University of Montreal, Quebec from Canada. Her topic is employing evidence-based approaches for digital health communication policies and practices. You can see the abstract on your screen. Moving on to our presentation. Now was unable to join us today, so we are showing her presentation in PPT format. Thank you, Lubna, for the presentation. Moving on with the content. With this, we are concluding this conference. Thank you. With great pleasure and enthusiasm, I would like to conclude that the conference was a great success. Many people have contributed in different ways to turn this event into a smoothly run conference with very interesting presentations. This conference has resulted in good discussions and networking. I owe my gratitude to all the presenters and patient listeners, to the coordinators and the whole staff of Eurasia Research for their constant support. I would also like to thank all the universities and institutes who have sponsored our participants directly or indirectly for conduct of this conference. Some of our upcoming conferences are in July we have Bangkok and Bali. In August we have Amsterdam. In September we have London, Rome, Athens, Budapest, and Lisbon. Please refer to your friends and colleagues, and you all are welcome to join again in our conferences. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Neha. Thanks a
Thank
lot.
you, Amina.
Yeah, bye.
Okay, we will be completing this conference now. Bye, everybody.
Yes,
Hope to see you soon.
bye,
And
bye.
Bye.